go live. I'm streaming. Hey, folks. How is everyone? I figured I would start a little early since I saw ranks wrapped up and attempt to do some like pre-stream chat like the fancy streamers do. So we'll see how that goes. But how is everyone today? Hopefully you all enjoyed ranks stream as well. Oh, late night in Wales. Nice, nice. Uh, Always interested to see where people come from. I think one of the cooler things about the Sudoku community is how geographically spread it is. It's quite something. Uh, let's see. There we go. Let's see. Ranks or Worcester? I don't see it. Worcester. Worcester, I think, is how it's supposed to be pronounced. Maybe that's closer. I'm not sure. But yeah, Ransk is definitely not an easy combination of consonants. Oh, you know what I haven't done today? I haven't done the Wordle today yet. Oops. Wordle. Wordle. There we go. Let's try today's Wordle while we wait for the stream proper to start. And hey, as at helm, welcome, welcome. Hey, Apple. Yeah, the bonus of the Wordle. So we're going to shamelessly start with exactly what Simon says to start with. Except we're going to spell it wrong. We're going to see how good of a speller I am. Asking Zeta for a wrench isn't going to help anyone because Zeta doesn't know how to give people wrenches. So go octal. So we've somehow got to combine a C, an R, an A, and an N, but not in that order. Let's see. And it's not nectar because that does involve all of these letters, but it also involves a T. Let's try. Let's see. Is there a letter that makes this a word? Crank. Crank. I bet it's crank. It is crank. Excellent. Okay, well, that was quick. Yeah, the patented Simon method of this is quite effective at getting up some quick ones. Although I did see someone this morning in my Twitter feed. I don't remember if it was a Sudoku or person or maybe it was a math person, but I did see someone in my Twitter feed this morning who got today's in 2 steps. So that amused me because that seems like something that should not be possible, but is apparently possible. Let's see. And I suppose I can briefly mention today that today's Simon puzzle is a 2 to 10th puzzle that was one of the very first puzzles I did on this stream, other than a puzzle by myself. So that was cool to see. And then Ranks did one of my puzzles today, which was 579, which is the sort of predecessor to Keep Talking and No One Explodes, which is my most recent puzzle in Logic Masters Germany, I want to say, unless there's something I'm forgetting. No, I haven't put Antimatter on Logic Masters Germany yet. I'll put Logic Master Germany on. Sorry. Wow, words are already not good today. I'll put Antimatter on Logic Masters Germany after it has had enough time to fully debut on Ranked Stream. Hey, Huila, welcome, welcome. Glad to see that we have. There's an off-brand Wordle. Okay, let's see. So 1 second. Let me attempt to pull up off-brand Wordle. Not that I don't trust you, but I'm going to put up a screen just in case something pops up that I don't want to show up in my YouTube VOD. Let's see. Here we go. Here we have fake Wordle. So we can play fake Wordle for a little bit together. I did not submit antimatter to cracking the cryptic. I recently submitted Keep Talking and No One Explodes to cracking the cryptic, and I doubt by a month from now that antimatter is going to be like the best thing I've made this month that I think would make the best video. Although a lot of people have really liked antimatter, so it's one of those puzzles where it might be that it shows up on cracking the cryptic without me submitting it, but I probably won't. Let's see. Siren. No letters, if I understand this correctly. Is off-brand Wordle just going to be very, very mean? Oh, let's see. It ends in A-L, and there's an O in it, but the O doesn't go at the end. Let's see. Got to scan through my list of what letters am I allowed to use. By the way, hey Kodak, welcome. If I did not say that already. Yeah, something like that dictionary. I guess your name suggests that you would be very good at this. Let's see. Vocal almost. Let's see. Vodal? Vodal doesn't sound like a word. Vomal? Vobal? No, I don't like that. Let's see. Oh, it could be zonal? No, I've already used... Oh, there is an A in it, and there's an A there. Okay, so it could be zonal? I think that's a word. Okay, nope. Yeah, M sounds good. Like something O-M-A-L. I don't know. Or modal? Could it be modal? It could be modal. That's a word. Not modal either. Okay, so we're rapidly running out of letters to you, or out of letters that it could possibly be. Let's see. Oh boy. It could be double letters. That's a good point. So it could be Lolol. Can't be vocal. It doesn't have a C. Vocal was the first thing when I saw this sort of constellation of letters that I wanted it to be for whatever reason, but it's not. Vowel is with an E. At least every way I've seen it spelled. That doesn't mean that there's no way. Oh, vowel. Could it be vowel? No, because vowel is also with an E. Royal. We have used R, and it does not have an R in it. V or W? Loyal. Loyal I like a lot. I bet it's going to be loyal. Excellent, excellent. Good point to Alima there for getting loyal. That was a great spot. Let's see. Do we want to try this? Let's try this with 6 letters. Just so that we don't know, we don't have Simon's secret technique, and so maybe with chat's help together, we will be able to figure this out with with these things. So let's see. We'll start with a nice word like gnomes. Hey, John, welcome to the Patreon. Thank you. Let's see. Always great to see more people contributing. We appreciate it. Thank you, my love. John said he just joined. Let's see. So what are the rules? So the rules are we guess letters, and it tells us how many of those letters are right in the word it's thinking of. And it gives us two, let's see, stream is being recommended. Let's try it. So it gives us two flavors of information, or really, I suppose, three flavors of information. If a letter shows up in gray, it means it's not in the word it's thinking of at all. If it's in green, then it is in the word and it's in that place. And if it's in and if it's in yellow, it is in the word, but it's not in the place that it has shown up here. So there is an A, but it's not in the second position, and there is an A, but it's not in the fifth position. Wow, you can see my scanning for puzzles is not great. Okay, let's see. Hey, thank you, John. If we run the thing, we might actually be able to get it so that your name shows up on the Be Right Back screen today. Let's see. So, let's see. I like the idea of it being a word. So it's got to be I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it could be. Oh, let's see. Banner. I like the idea of banner. That's a good choice. No. Oh, yeah, banner. Okay, let's try banner. We'll see if Ben has nailed it. Well, not quite, but useful. So that can't leave that many possibilities. Can't be banker because it needs an R, but the R doesn't go at the end. But let's see. So where does the R go? It could be rank it? Rank it doesn't sound like a word. Oh, ranked. Ranked sounds plausible. Let's try ranked. There we go. Good one for Acid Helm there. Nicely done. Hey, Nicholas, welcome. Let's see. This seems like a good stream opening activity. I appreciate this. Okay, so someone said we should start with stream in honor of the fact that we're on a stream, so we're going to do that. Oh, can I link to the site? Tristan can link to the site. Oh, we want to do it with max letters? Okay, we'll do one with max letters after this. Let's see. Actually, I think I can paste it. I think it'll work. There we go. So there's a link to the site. But I can't pin it. Tristan will have to pin it. Let's see. Okay, so what's a word that has a lot of letters in it that aren't in the word stream? Let's see. We'll do... is bonker a word? Well, we're going to find out if bonker is a word. It is not a valid word, sadly. We'll have to do 7-letter words, and then we can do bonkers. Okay, action. We'll do action. That seems like a good choice. Did not go well, though, in terms of the grand scheme of things. But we know it's got an R, an E, an O. Could be dredge if we're talking about Nightmare Magic decks. Border. Oh, border I like. Okay, Alima is going to be the champion of this, I suspect. Oh, Creole. That would surprise me. It could be Creole. If if that counts. I'm not sure if that's a proper noun, and I also don't know if this has proper nouns. So by the way, if you've not seen this before, I only know about this because Simon said literally everyone on the planet knows what Wordle is, and I did not know what Wordle is. So I did today's Wordle, but Wordle only has one puzzle a day, but this is someone's off-brand Wordle that will do an unlimited number of them. So let's see. Playmaker suggests worker. Good suggestion. Did not get us anywhere. Let's see. Holler. That seems plausible. Oh, well, we got more letters. Creole is not just a proper noun? What do you mean not just a proper noun? Okay, good. There's not a K in it. I was afraid it was going to be something not safe for stream. Hooper? Is Hooper? Hopper sounds possible. Probably after the... nope, it was Hoover. Oh, Hoover. That's also a proper noun. I don't believe them. Let's see. Okay, so someone suggests max letters, so I accept no responsibility. Codec got it. Let's see. How many letters do we need even? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So someone give me literally any 11-letter word. Hoover. Oh, yeah. A couple people got Hoover. Nice. Let's see. Let's see. Is that a word? No, that's not a word. Let's see. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Yeah, ranks ended a little bit early, so I figured I would go ahead and just boot up and chat with people, and then I figured I'll go ahead and do the Wordle for the day, and then chat told me that secretly there is an unlimited Wordle that you can do. So we're doing unlimited Wordle, and then chat suggested that we do... Well, not chat wholly. Someone in chat suggested that we do the maximum possible length Wordle, or the maximum possible fake Wordle. It is pinned in the links, I think, Jessica, so that you can do it. Let's see, chairperson. Ooh, chairperson's got a bunch of letters in the right place. Let's see. Probably ends in Tion. That's probably true. Let's see. What letters might it still have that we have not yet tried? I don't really love any of the letters that we haven't tried, to be perfectly honest. I'm doubting there's a Q in it. Let's see. We know there's a T somewhere. Yeah, it could well be repeats. Let's see. Recreation. No, that's not gonna work. Let's see. At least the way I spell recreation, it's one too few words. Okay, reincarnation. I like that. Oh, but it is not anywhere near 11 letters, unfortunately. 1A, 1E. Let's see, procreation? Does that seem plausible with all the information that we know? Well, we've at least nailed down that it does end in Tion. So we're good there. There's no P. Oh, did we already know there was no P? We did already know there was no P. Instruction. Let's try it. Oh, instruction was really close. Okay, I don't know enough 11-letter words, and I can't count to 11, as we have well known, so let's go back to 6. Let's see, and we'll start with stream again, because it was a good choice. Let's see. So we've got a B, an R, an E, an A, a T. We've got almost all the letters. Hey, Navaria, welcome. Let's see. Border. Oh, yeah, we don't know about D yet. Let's see. Border is real close. Okay, so, but we needed to get an A in there. And a T. So barter does sound good. Barter it is. Yeah, so this is just me playing Wordle until the official stream starts in 5 minutes or so. I promise there will be actual Sudoku, but since Simon talked about this on Cracking the Cryptic, I figured we would go rogue and do the Wordle for the day. Let's see. So let's start with border this time because it's been very useful previously. Is it barter again? It would be amusing if it was barter again. Well, I'm going to try it. It's not barter this time. It would be kind of amazing if it was the same word twice in a row. Let's see. Burger, says Kodak. Let's see. Burger, burner. A couple of people say burner. I think burger is slightly more likely, but clearly it's burner. Well, there goes me for opening my mouth and saying I thought it was more likely that it would be burger. But what are you going to do? Okay, so 8 letters, we say. Okay. What is a good 8-letter word? Streamed. How about that? Okay, it ends in M, but not followed by an E, and there's no R in it. So what does it end in? What does yellow mean? Yellow means the letter is in the word, but it's in the wrong place. Let's see. Abnormal. I like abnormal. That sounds good. Oh, except we know it has an E in it. Oh, and we know it doesn't have an R in it. Yeah, somehow this many letters, or this many in a row, let's see. Could end in LE. Could end in LE. Tamale is a little too few letters. Oh, that also doesn't end in MLE. Let's see. Could end in MIC. I like MIC as a possibility. So let's see. What ends in MIC? Atomic only works if I put a lot of things. Okay, pandemic. So the MI was a good choice. Pandemic was a great choice. I mean, all things considered, I'm not the biggest fan, but I suppose I owe the pandemic for being here with you all today, so, you know, not the worst. Okay. Mia. So is it academia? No, but it does end in emia. Oh, I guess it couldn't have been academia because we knew it didn't have a C in it. Okay, is it a disease if it's not academia? Let's see. Let's see. I need 2 E's. Oh, yeah, I keep... Oh, and it has an L. Let's see. Leukemia. Oh, boy. We were really going with the optimistic words today. But that is what it is. Hooray. What's wrong?
Something weird is going on with the mic. When you're turning your chair, we can hear it in a way that we should not be able
to. I don't know that you're going to be able to fix it while I'm streaming. But is it that bad?
I don't know.
I can see that it is showing up if I turn the chair. It does show up in the volume bar.
It is just
see. One moment. I'm going to pause the stream just for a second while we try and figure out the mic issue. We'll be right back. Alrighty, let's see if this is any better. Fingers crossed.
well, you sound fine.
I could turn down the volume on the mic if you want. Back to like 85 or whatever.
No, don't do that.
Okay. Well, let me know if anything else comes up. Yeah, chairperson was a great word. I was very impressed with chairperson as a word. Let me know if the microphone is terrible. But we're now at 4:30 my time, so we can officially begin the Sudoku. And so today's Sudoku begins with this puzzle that I have been just dying to try from grkles, called Parity Paradigm. Funny story, as a child, I identified that paradigm and paradigm were words, but did not realize that they were both the same word. Oh, good luck with this one. Great. I assumed this one, for whatever reason, wasn't going to be too hard, but maybe I could be wrong. I may have assumed that on the basis of absolutely nothing. It does look a bit like a face. I can see a face in there. Like, there's the eyes and everything. Let's see. Okay, so what rules do we have? We have normal Sudoku rules, so good. We have normal Renban rules. So the way Renban work is if you grab one of these strings, they have to have a string of consecutive words. They have to have a string of consecutive letters. Please do not send me your word Sudoku. Although I have occasionally considered setting a word Sudoku where there are lines that mean this thing is a word if you read it in the right direction, but that probably would be agony for everyone involved. But anyway, a Renban means that these things are a string of consecutive digits. So they could be 4, 5, 6, 7, but they could be in any order. So this could go 4, 7, 6, 5. For example, that's perfectly fine. grkles couldn't solve it himself, so you assisted him in solving his puzzle, or you helped him construct it. Let's see. So, an even digit in a circle shows the number of even digits in the 8 surrounding cells. So these are like basically parity sweeper clues. So this, if this is a 6, it says that of these 9 purple cells, 6 of them are even and 3 of them are odd. But if instead this was a 5, it now says that 5 of them are odd and 4 of them are even. So we're counting the number of a parity that match the circle's parity. And we have not necessarily been given all of the circles, so we don't have to worry about hunting down the world's weirdest negative constraint. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so where do we look to start? Well, I am going to parity color this because it seems like there's no chance that I'm not going to have to parity color this. So I'm going to color even in blue because blue has an even number of letters, and I'm going to color odds in orange because orange starts with O. So, yes, you now seem to be attuned to our reality, John. Welcome back. Oh, the circle does not count itself. Sorry, I completely missed that. The circle does not count itself, so that is a very important point. So the circles are never 9s, so that is a good thing to know. Now, a thing that seems maybe relevant to me is that that there are definitely 2 evens and 2 odds on this Renban. There are definitely 3 evens and 3 odds on this Renban, although the circles don't see it super nicely. I should probably write down that for this, there are at most 3 things that share a parity with it, because this only sees 3 cells. So this circle doesn't even have 8 surrounding cells. So it's a 1, 2, or 3. This one has 5 surrounding cells, so it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it's not a 3 because of Sudoku-y regions. Hey, grkles, welcome, welcome. I exercised great self-constraint to not do this puzzle until now, because I thought this would be a great stream puzzle. And likewise, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now one thing I also want to note, hey Andrew, is that as these are length 6 Renban, they must have 4, 5, and 6 on them. Oops, and then I put 5, 6, 7. So that means these digits are not 4, 5, 6. So in particular, this digit's already a little bit restricted. So it is not... So it could be 1 or 2. It is not 3, 4, 5, or 6, because there's definitely a 4, 5, 6 in this row in one of these places. Could be 7. It's not 8, and it can't be 9. So is grkles actually a word in some sense, or is it only just pronounced differently by Simons and Zetas? Yeah, so this can only be a 1, 2, or a 7. So whatever this is, it's quite extreme. So, interestingly, 2 and 7 say almost the same thing, because 2 says 2 of these 8 digits are even, which means 6 of them are odd, whereas 7 says 7 of these 8 digits are odd. Okay, so could this possibly be a 1? This being a 1 seems incredibly unlikely. Because if this is a 1, then the 3 is the only odd digit that this sees, which would mean all of these digits were even. So this would be all the evens for this box. So let me just imagine the world where this is a 1. Because if this is a 1, then this is saying everything else is even. So all of this is even. And that's the last even for this box. So all of these are odd. And so now these two are even, because the Renban needs at least 2 evens. And now we're broke-de-broke, because now we have put 5 evens in row 4. Okay, so as predicted, this is not a 1, which is again great, because it means almost every cell around here is odd. And so either all but 1 or all but 2 cells in this collection are odd, which is interesting. Okay, so there are, if I look at this, I guess that means there's at most 3 evens in here, which isn't that powerful. The other way to see that 1 is impossible is that it would force a minimum of 5 into row 1, column 5, with this already even. Oh yeah, okay, so if this is a 1, it says that there's only one odd number amongst all of these, which means these are odd. Yeah, okay, I think I can imagine that. Okay, yes, this cannot be 5, Alima points out, and that is beautiful. And that's because if this was 5, it would be saying all of these cells are orange, but this cell would also be orange, and that would be too many oranges. So there we go. So that's not a 5. Unfortunately, it could be, as far as I can currently see, it could be that all of these are orange, which is what would happen if this was a 5. But if all of these highlighted cells are orange, then it would mean all of these cells were blue, which would then mean all of these cells... Oh, not necessarily. I suspect that's not going to work, but let's try it. Okay. Or let's think about it later. So could this be 4 now? So if this was 4, for the same reason it breaks, because now this is even and these are even, and so this can't be a 4. Okay, so we're down to either 1 or 2. So if this is 1, it says that all of these cells are even. Does that work? Yes, surprisingly well, I think. I think that is actually plausible. But yeah, I was just looking at this. So yeah, if this is that's an excellent point, Kodak. So if this is a 1, then these are all even, and so this is odd. And if this is a 2, then this is a 7. So this is a 7 regardless of which way it works out, which is huge. So great spot to Kodak. There's a mini grkles. Hello, mini grkles. Oh, there's mini grkles over around the grkles. I see. Let's see. Okay. So now this is a 7, which says there is a grand total of 1 even digit in all of these cells. And so that even digit must be in one of these cells, because I only get 1 even to put in total around this, and it must go there, which means all of these are even, which means this is a 2, which means these are odd now in order to make the 2 work. So one of these is even and one of them is odd. Okay, so now that's not a 2 and that's not a 2, so this is odd. Okay, Ben says the 7 is broken if 1, 2 is 2. I think the 1, 2 has to be a 2. Oh, 1, okay. We're back to agreement then. Okay. So I need to put a 4 and a 6 in this row. But I don't think I know exactly yet what's going on with that. But now this can't be a 2 anymore. Oh yeah, there's a circle over here hanging out that's pretty interesting. Let's see, if this is a 3, all of these are odd. Is that interesting? I'm not sure. I don't think this can be 4 anymore yet. This can't be 4 anymore, because if this was 4, it would need all of these to be even, but now I've put 5 evens in row 1. So this is not a 4, and so that is odd, and it's counting the number of odds. Let's see. And it can't be a 5 anymore, as Pencuri points out, because if it was a 5, I would need all of these to be odd, and, well, they just aren't. So now this is a 1-3 pair, which is interesting. Okay, notice that 1 and 9 in box 2 go on Renbans. That is an excellent point. Andrew has pointed out something glorious. So where are 1 and 9 in this box? Well, they're not even, and they're not 3 or 7. And so 1 and 9 live in this. By the way, I don't know why I did not immediately orange all of these, but these are all orange. I should have as soon as I saw this 7, because one of these is blue, and then I only get one blue. But that means the 1 and 9 are on these, which means one of these Renban is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one of these Renban is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Which is, as we say in the business, huge. Okay. So now this is interesting, because now this cell is odd and is at least 2. So this is 3, 5, or 7, naively. Might be able to do better at that one. People keep talking about this cell, so I'm sure something is going on, but my brain doesn't see enough about this cell to have a great sense, because it doesn't see the whole Renban. I'm having a hard time figuring out what people are seeing about this cell. This is row 3, column 8. Okay, I can definitely see. So let's write in candidates, and let's say some things. So it's not a 9, because none of these can be 9. It's not an 8, because if it was an 8, well, lots of things go wrong. It's not a 7, because there's a 7 in the row. Let's see. So if this tries to be a 6, does that break? It doesn't seem super likely that this could be a 6. But I don't actually see why this can't be a 6. Let's see. What about a 5? Yeah, I don't think I see the rest of the eliminations that people are seeing. Let's see. It sees 4 of the Renban, but can only be 3 of the same. Yeah, so the Renban has at most 3 odds on it, but it also sees all of these other cells that aren't on the Renban. Let's see. Can't be 1 from box 2. Yes, that's a good point. It's definitely not 1, because there is a 1 and a 9 on these Renbans. The 1 and 9 aren't on the same Renban. So this is definitely not a 1. Good point, Alima. I agree with that. Let's see. So yeah. Do I know anything about where the 5 is on this Renban? I don't think so. And no problem, Apple Tree. I get things wrong all the time. That's why it's great that there are so many minds here, so that hopefully we don't get too far in the world towards destroying things. By the way, you can look forward to a puzzle where Tristan and I repeatedly break it coming up on the channel shortly. So if you want to see Tristan and I repeatedly break a puzzle, but spoiler, eventually succeed, you can see that very soon. Okay, I think I want to play the where does this go in this box game, because these are the Renban shapes that always suggest, okay, I'm supposed to look at the fact that this cell goes here and here, and this cell goes here and here. But but I don't immediately see how that's useful. Oh yes, the huge spoiler that someone has posted a Sudoku video where they successfully solve the puzzle at the end. Maybe that can be what makes our channel unique, because Cracking the Cryptic and Bremster and Scott Strasal and all these people, they only post videos of puzzles where they've solved them. So instead, Tristan and I can be unique by releasing only videos of puzzles that we have started and failed to solve. That would be a wonderful way to really stand out amongst the crowd. Oh no, poor Ambrose. More puzzles I started, but then Alexed it and just said, close enough. Okay, so where is the other one? So there are 3 ones that live in these cells. One of them is here. One of them is in one of these cells. And the other one is going to have to be in either there or there. Could the 1 go on one of these? So if this is a 1, then this would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a problem? Let's see, okay, so could this be a 1? I think if this is a 1, then this is a 2, 3, 4, and then this is a 5 or a 6, which seems rough, but I don't quite yet see it. Oh, 3. I should ask about 3. Where does 3 go? Because one of these Renbans needs a 3. And the 3s are eaten up here. So actually, one of these digits is a 3. Oh, I can do a... Oh, no. Sorry. I was going to say something that I think is wrong. Yeah. So one of these is a 3. If it's this one, all of these are odd. In which case, all of these are even. And then that's odd, and then that's even. I still feel like 6 for this is just ridiculous, but I don't know that I can completely prove that 6 for this is not possible. Let's see. Yeah, and of course this circle is annoyingly poised right at the intersection of all of these boxes, which is not super helpful. That is an excellent point, Andrew. Beautiful, beautiful point. Okay, so the thing you know about a length 5 Renban, and this is just by rote if you do a lot of Renban puzzles, is length 5 Renbans always need a 5. Because if a length 5 Renban doesn't have a 5 on it, then you have to make it up from the digits from 1 to 9 that aren't 5. And if you picture what that looks like, it's a collection 1, 2, 3, 4, and a collection 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's no way to sew together those collections to make a Renban. So there is a 5 on here. And the beautiful point that Andrew has seen is this cell sees the entirety of this line. And so because of that, it cannot be a 5. It is a 7 or a 3. Now, it being a 7 would be incredibly extreme, because if this cell is a 7, all of these things are odd. which I would love to see why that breaks, because I assume it does, but maybe it doesn't. Annoyingly, I don't see why that breaks, despite the fact that I feel like it should. Let's see. If this would be a 1, what does the world look like where this is a 1? If this is a 1, then it's already seen it's odd, and so all of these would have to be even. This would be a 3, so all of these would be odd. That would be odd. That would be odd. It doesn't seem intrinsically problematic. Oh, okay, so let's see. Can we put a 1 or a 9 on this Renban? That is a good question. So if I put a 1 on this Renban, then it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would immediately make this a 7. I don't think that's quite immediately a problem. Okay, so Codec has a good point to look at these two rows together and say we've placed 5 of the odds in these rows. But that means we need to place 5 more odds. And of those odds, of those odds, 3 of them are going to have to be next to one of these circles that are not already there. Because I have 1 total that I've counted next to these circles, and in total, there need to be 4. So that means that of these cells, two are odd and 2 are even. Did I do that right? I think of these cells, 2 are odd and 2 are even. Don't worry about it, Codec. I can't count either. I would love to be able to say it can't be like 2 evens in this row, but I don't think that I can say any such thing. Well, here's a point. These aren't 4 or 6. Can the Renban in box 5 have 3 odd numbers? That is a good question, Hoila. So if it had 3 odds and 2 evens, I don't think I quite see yet what I would get out of this having 3 odds versus having 3 evens. I do know because it's a Renban, it has either 3 evens and 2 odds or 2 evens and 3 odds. Ah. Aha. Okay, beautiful. Got it. Okay, so this is Hawila's point that I needed Playmaker to explain to me so that I would fully grasp it. These 3 odds, all 3 of them, see this entire Renban. That's beautiful. And because all 3 of these see the entire Renban, this is 3 odd numbers that do not appear on this Renban. And so that means that there have to be 3 even numbers, because then there are only 2 odd numbers that can appear on this Renban, and they both have to appear on the Renban. Okay, so this is a Renban that has 3 evens and 2 odds on it. Okay, so and so if it has 3 evens, it means it can't have 1 and 9 on it. Because if you have 1 or 9, then you automatically have 3 evens. Sorry, you automatically have 3 odds. So that means that in this box, the 1 and 9 are in these cells. And we certainly can't have another 3 or 7 in here. This cell cannot possibly be a 3 or 7. And that has nothing to do with the odd-even thing. That just has to do with Renban. I can't make a 5-7 Renban with 3 and 7 both gone from the whole thing. So this digit tells me that this digit is not a 3 or a 7. So this digit is, in fact, a 1, 5, or 9 for sure. So that's interesting. Okay. And so... yeah, and it can't be a 5. Can't be a 5. Right. Kodak points out, because I have already said this a jajillion times, but somehow didn't see it. These cells see the whole Renban, and the Renban definitely can't have a 5 on it. So this is not a 5. Okay. So this is a 1 or a 9. Now, I know there's a 1 or a 9 here, which gives me a virtual 1-9 pair in the column. So this is not a 1 or a 9. A weird virtual 1-9 pair. So the other 1-9 is in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. Yeah, so... Right, so the thing to note is, okay, if this is a 3, then this Renban has to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if this is a 7, then this Renban has to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's always a 4 and a 6 somewhere on this Renban. I don't think I know yet. Row 5, column 4 is also 1, 9. This can't be a 1, 9 because I can't put a 1, 9 on this Renban. Oh, that's not row 5, column... No, wait, that is row 5, column 4, isn't it? Row 4, column 5. People really did say row 5, column 4, though. This wasn't a zeta. This wasn't a zeta moment in this instance. Yeah. So we always need. Yeah. So what is this cell? It's not 3 or 7 because of the column. It's not 5 because of the Renban. We've now ruled out everything except 1, 9. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so that is a 1, 9. Okay. Sadly, that means I don't know anything about where the 1, 9 goes down here. Okay, so that was a just beautiful little bit of logic there involving this Renban. This is a great puzzle so far. I am quite enjoying this. So I want to think, is there anything I can do with this virtual 1, 9 pair other than something that turned out not to matter? Well, this isn't a 1 anymore. I can fill in that this is 2, 3, 4, or 5. Let's see, could this be a 5? If this was a 5, it would make this a 3, 7. Are both 3 and... No, 3 and 7 are not both on this Renban. So that's not helpful. But there is a 3 or 7 on this Renban. So one of these two has to be 3 or 7. People are saying that would break the Renban, which I certainly believe. So it would make all of these odd, which would make these two even. And I still need one more even in here. Yeah, 4 and 6 are on the 5-cell Renban. I agree, because it doesn't have a 1 and 9 on it. We've said that, I think. But yeah, there is a 4 and 6 on here somewhere. We can pencil mark it, although I don't know if it's super helpful. But I might as well, because I can note, okay, there's a 4, 5, 6 here, there's one here, and then there's one here. Oh, it breaks the box 6 Renban. Oh, it super breaks the box 6 Renban. Yes, definitely. Because this Renban has 2 evens and 2 odds on it, and so it can't be that these 3 of them are odd. Yes. Sorry, I was so hyper-focused on this Renban, I didn't even see that. Okay, so this is 2, 3, or 4. Does 4 have the same problem? I think 4 just works, because I could pick, say, those 2 from the Renban and those 2 to be the evens. I think that's fine. So row 3, column 9 can't be a 1. Yes. Wasn't on one of these Renban. And we had that ruled down to these spots. But now we've ruled it down to not be this spot, thanks to Derek's spot, because if this was a 1, these would be a 2, 3, 4, which would super break this box. So the 1 in this box is actually in one of these 2 cells. Uh-oh, is the stream down? Am I down? Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. It's interesting. It doesn't say I dropped frames. It must have just been our router or something flicking. Welcome back, everyone. So one of these is a 1. That is where we were. Let's see. If this is a 1, would this being 2, 3, 4 be a problem? Not that I can immediately see. Well, I didn't drop any frames, grkles, so I was exercising proper stream safety. Okay, so in fact, there's not a 1 anywhere on this Renban. That's another thing. Because if there's a 1 anywhere on this Renban, it makes this a 2, 3, 4, and this sees this entire Renban. So in fact, the 1 in this box is in this column. And it's, of course, not there. So the 1 in this box, and I have no idea if this is at all useful, but the 1 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. And so the 1 in this box is in one of these 3 cells. So that's very cool extension of this logic. Yes, this has been an excellent time to remind everyone that you should like, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to be, if you want to go the really extra mile, you can become a patron, as many people have here, patreon.com/zetamath. And so that is all exciting. Okay, so now Directionary says this can't be a 1. If this can't be a 1, that would be super exciting. So if this is a 1, these are 2, 3, 4. And why is that a problem? I saw it over here because there was a circle. Here, this circle, I don't see why this circle being something is a problem. I am still wanting to see why this can't be a 7. Although the fact that this is a grkles puzzle makes me kind of think it is going to turn out that this is going to be a 7. Especially after a similar incident in a recent Andrew Sarkis puzzle where I was convinced I was convinced something wasn't going to turn out to be a whatever it was, and then it did turn out to be a whatever it was. But if this is a 7, these are both of the odds that get the pleasure of appearing on this Renban. And so then the rest of the Renban would all be even. So two can't live on the box 6 Renban. Why can't the box 6 Renban be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Let's see, does this see too much of the Renban? It only sees 2 cells from the Renban. Oh, box 6. Box 6. Thank you for repeating the box. I'm very good at counting boxes, as you can tell. Yes, so if this has a 2 on it, well, then what's it going to be? Well, it's either also going to have a 1 in it, and we already said that's broken, or it's going to be 2, 3, 4, and that's also broken. So yes, there's no 2 anywhere on this Renban. Does that help? I would like it to help. It's a very nice observation. So the 2 in this column is not here, but I don't know. Let's see, and we're now at a length 4 Renban that comes from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So length 4 Renban that comes from those, we actually know something about it. So it now has to have a 3, 4, 5, 6. It has to have a 6 on this Renban. Okay, and that 6 is not here for sure, because we know the 6 in this row is on one of these 2 Renban. And so now this isn't a 6, and that's not a 6. So that is something. So yeah, so there's not a 6 here. So yeah, so this is 2, 3, 4, or 5. Row 2, columns 1 and 9. Ah! I should know what row 2, columns 1 and 9 are. This was the correct... Wait, no. No, sorry, I retract my... I thought these were going to have to be a 1-9 pair, but the 1 and 9 could go here and here. Someone said that this cell... So these Renbans are one set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one set of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so there is 1, 1 and 1, 9 in all of these cells. And so there is 1, 1 and 1, 9 in these cells. But I don't yet see how I'm learning which row those are in. We did prove that this cell isn't a 1. So it would be cool if we could also prove that this cell can't be a 1, because if this cell can't be a 1, then it would at least mean one of these 2 cells is a 1. But at least so far, I don't see that. What about 2 and 8? Oh, beautiful. Okay. So we're like almost touching greatness, and then we did not. So these 2 rows have to in total have 2 sets of 1 through 9. Okay, well, one of those sets I have pulled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off of, and so it still has a 7, 8, and a 9 left. The other I have pulled 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 off of, so it has a 1, 2, 3. So that means that these 6 cells are 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. But those are the 3 and the 7. So these are 1, 2, and 8, 9. That's gorgeous. That is just spectacular. And we know this one's not a 1 or a 2. So this one's an 8 or a 9. So yeah, that's very cool that we could do that. And I was so close to saying the right combination of words, but I did not quite get there. So, this being an 8 or 9 with a 6 is actually quite restrictive. So, this now actually has to have a 6 and a 7 and an 8 on it somewhere. And at most, these digits go down to 5. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I realize that this pencil marking has gone a bit overboard, but well, it is what it is. Okay, so now 7 in this box. Oh boy, this is getting aggressive with the pencil marking, we'll say. 7 in this box is up here, so 7 in this box is down here. Let's see. Well, this isn't an 8. Either in the corner or the center. Because of that 8. So I know one of these 3 is 8. Which tells me these aren't 8, for whatever it's worth. Let's see. This isn't a 9 for all of the previously mentioned reasons of there being a 1-2 pair here. Mark so rarely gets to play with snakes. Usually Simon is the one who gets to do that on the channel. Let's see. This 8, 9 is over here somewhere. Which seems powerful, but I'm not sure yet. Could this also be an 8, 9? I'd love to know that it can't be. That would be great. The 6s are fixed to columns in box 3 and 9. Box 3 and 9. Yes, okay, because the 6 is now... so the 6 here is with the 7 in this column. This pencil marking is just, again, a disaster. But there is a 7 here, because this 7 is ruling 7 out of these cells, and these cells could never be a 7. So there's a 7 in this column, which may or may not be the 7 that's also on this Renban, which may or may not itself have a 7. Oh, but here's a huge... No, sorry. Nope. I was going to say this Renban definitely has a 6 or a 7 on it, but all of these Renbans have a 6 on them, so that's not at all exciting. But anyway, it does mean that there's also a 6 down here, for whatever that's worth. So we almost know what's in here. Well, this can't be a 1. This is the most minor of deductions in the universe, but if this was a 1, it would say all 5 of these digits were even. Oh, no, it wouldn't. Sorry. No, if this is a 1, it would say 4 of these digits are even, all 3 of those digits are even, and this digit's odd, or something like that. So it's the most minor of a deduction, but it's a minor deduction I can't yet make. Okay, so... the fact that this can't be... Yeah, so this can't be 6 anymore is interesting. So now the 6 is in one of these cells on this line. Yeah, the 1 counts the odd digits, and so there would be 1 total odd digit in all of the 8 surrounding cells. Row 6, columns 7, 8, 9 are all even. Rows 4, 5, and 6 are roped. Yeah, because if these are all even, then those digits go here, and these digits go here. Which does give me the right number of even digits to put on the Renban in this sort of check mark. Let's see. Tom Hartley, welcome, Tom, says row 4, column 9 cannot be a 4. If this was a 4, we would be saying that 4 of these 5 digits are even. So we would be saying, among other things, that these 2 digits were definitely even. And then 2 of these digits were even. That would definitely be odd. Okay, let's see. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Okay, so no, I don't even know that this sees. I know it sees a 6 and a 7, so I know this isn't a 6 or a 7, but that's not a huge amount of information to know about this. Yeah, if this was a 2, it would be awfully hard. This 1, 2, 8, 9, I feel like we probably, if we squint about the fact that we know there's a 1, 2, 8, 9 there, and we know there's a 1 in here and a 9 in here, I feel like we could probably... I feel like we're so close to getting things with all this combination. Row 9, column 1 is a digit from 1 through 9. Think I can see that. Let's see. If this Renban wants to have a 5 on it, then it can't have a 1 or a 9 there, which would be interesting. Let's see. Yeah, so should we be counting 5s? Do we know something about where 5s are that might be useful? But I don't even know there's a 5 on this. Let's see. Dictionary thinks this Renban is always the low one. Let's see. Well, here's an interesting point. So, one of these Renban has a 3 on it. That 3 goes here or here. But that means whichever of these Renban is low, this thing's a 1. Or that thing, whichever circle you like. And so the low one has a 1 in the circle. So if this is the low one, then this would have a 1 in this. So if this is the low, then this would have a 1 in the circle. And so these would all be even. There'd be one more even to disperse. Yeah, I don't quite see it. Let's see. The 2 on the low one is definitely in this box. So, because there's a 2 here, which is big, I think. And so the 2 in this column goes with whichever of these is the high one. I'll get to Xeon's thing in a second. I just want to think and decide if I think that this is useful. There's a 2 in whichever of these columns goes with the high one. Okay, what does Xeon say? Xeon says, if it was the low one, where would 6 and 7 go in box 3? Okay. I think we're talking about if this was the low one. Oh, well, this certainly isn't a 7. Maybe I should have noted that before. So if this is low, if this is low, the 7's definitely up there. Where would 6 and 7 go? But why is the 6 restricted in this box? Look at your 6, 7 corner marks in boxes 3, 6, and 9. Yeah, so the 6, so the 6 would go on here. Okay, so I see this now. Okay, so the corner mark of just, or the trap of just corner marking, like a sort of maniac. So yeah, so if this is low, this is 7. So the 6 goes on this thing. Great. So what does that do? Well, it means these aren't 6. So it means one of these is 6. Oh, that's not even true. Never mind. So it means one of these is 6. I can get that far. It means these aren't 6. But the 6 could still go up here. Or am I supposed to be thinking about what happens? No, I think this is what I'm supposed to be thinking about. And I think I'm supposed to be thinking about this. About what happens if the 6 is in one of these two cells. I'm trying to figure out what that tells me. So if the 6 is in one of these two cells, I do still need a 6 on this other one over here. I know there's a 6 on this length 5 Renban, but that seems too far away. The 6 up here is too far away to impact anything on this Renban. I should look at the cell that grkles is staring at. I'm going to guess is that one. What can this cell be? It can't be 1, 2, 3. I think it could be 4, 5, but it certainly can't be 6 or 7. And it could maybe be 8 or 9, maybe, possibly. It seems very unlikely that it's 8 or 9, but I think it's vaguely possible. can't be 8. Ah, yes, it can't be 8 for the most marvelous of reasons, because this cell sees this entire Renban. Okay, so, right. Can't be 8. So now this cell that grkles is having me look at with his mind is down to 4, 5, or 9, which is very interesting. Is if this is a 4 or a 5, it's going to have to go here. And if this is a 9... I guess I'm going to have to go there, maybe? No. Not quite as sure what happens then. But that is really nice. And so, in fact, this cell has the same property that it sees the entirety of this Renban. So this cell also cannot be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this cell is always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why row 1, column 9 can't be a 3? Oh boy, we're back to thinking about this. Okay, if this is a 3... Oh boy. Okay, if this is a 3, all of these are odd. So that's 4 odds for the box. We get 1 more odd. Okay, well, here's another. If this is 3, this is 5 or 9, which now eats up a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. And so that's interesting, because the 5 and 9 in conjunction with this, because this is either, remember this Renban is either, and I have no idea where this is going, but I think it's going somewhere. This Renban is either 5, 6, 7, 8, or it's 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this is a 5 or a 9, which it has to be if this is a 3, then that means because this cell that grkles psychically told me would have to be a 5 or a 9, that would wipe out all of those digits from these cells. And so now in this universe, this cell can't be a 5. This cell can't be a 5. Neither can either of these be 3. And so oh, and we had earlier decided whether the 3 circle goes with the high Renban or the low Renban, but I've completely forgotten whether the 3 circle goes with the high Renban or the low Renban. Let's see. The low Renban needs a 3, and that 3 of necessity is in this box, or this box. The 3 goes on the low Renban in the box with the 1. Okay, that's the point. So if this is a 3, then this is the high Renban, but we've just knocked a whole bunch of high digits off of this. So let's think about this. So if this is a 3, then now by our argument, these digits are from 4, 5, 6, except they can't be 5 or 6. So if this is a 3, by putting these arguments together about this Renban, these two cells are both 4. So that does not work. I cannot put 4 in both of these cells unless it says normal Sudoku rules apply at the beginning, which I have not yet seen appear in a puzzle. So that's a 1 and that's a 3. Now that does tell us that this is the low one. Okay, this is gorgeous. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to clean up those pencil marks in a second. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. None. I did that exactly backwards, didn't I? I did that exactly backwards. Yes, I did it exactly backwards. I carefully explained it, and then I did it backwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and now we can do lots of cleanup because these aren't 7s. None of these are 3s. This isn't a 3. These aren't 7s. Let's see. This isn't a 1. Let's see. We'd already decided that this definitely isn't a 6. So this is not a 1. Let's see. This line needs a 2. And where's it going to go? The 2's not going to go here or here for reasons. Also, this is not a 4 or a 6. The 2 has to go in this box, and ergo that's not a 2 on the low line. I don't know where the 2 goes on the low line, but the 2 on the low line is in here. So this is an 8-9 pair. So this is a 1-2 pair. So these cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In particular, this cell is never a 4 because of that. Hey, Fuchsia. So the 4 is definitely... Oh, sorry, no, I don't know that. I didn't kick a 4 off of this. Okay, so only one of these is odd. But 3 of these are odd. So one of these is even. Oh no, are you not subscribed? Or something like that? There should be a ping always on the Sudoku solvers channel that goes out to the zetamath followers or whatever. Tristan will have to tell you what tag it goes out to. Let's see, so one of these two is a 7. So that places a 7. Yeah, where does 7 go in this box? It goes here. I don't know where that came from, but digit dance. I realize this is not technically the first digit, but it's the first digit in approximately 6 hours. So we're going to go ahead and mark that. Oh, okay. So we have explained the thing. So there's an odd here, an odd here, an odd here. So that's 3 odds. So there need to be 2 more odds and 2 more evens amongst those cells. Let's see. I fear I may have lost some of my relevant pencil marks that we worked out earlier, but that's okay. We can redo them. This is not a 1, by the way, by Sudoku. Let's see. Yeah, I still don't think I know too much about this, but I bet I can say something about these digits. Maybe? 1, 9 can be resolved in box 5. Oh, yeah, sure. Because the 1, I don't know why I have not taken 1 off of these candidates, but there's definitely a 1 in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one yet. So this is a 9, and that's a 1. That is an excellent point from chat. Row 2, column 4 is odd. Yes, I think so. Row 1, column 8 is not a 9. Yes, row 1, column 8 is not a 9. That is an excellent catch. So where does the 9 go? Oh, well, yeah, we know none of these are 9s. We technically knew that earlier, but that was a while ago. So one of these is a 9. That was the story. Oh yeah, the good point. Sleep well, Nicholas. Now, this definitely has a 4 on it, so these aren't 4. If we're going to try and peel off things. It definitely has a 3 on it as well. So earlier, someone had pointed out that this cell was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it now could be 3, so their statement is looking good. Let's see. Are Simon's Renbans losing weight? Let's see. Row 7, column 1 can't be a 3. Ah, yes. If this were a 3... Wait, no, this could be a 2, I think. If that were a 2. Let's see. Tell me what you want me to see, puzzle. Let's see. Row 4, column 4 again. Always row 4, column 4. Okay, so if this wants to be a 7, all of these are odd. And so the question is that now a problem if all of these are odd? Or is it a problem if only one of those is even? Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. Is it a problem if only one of those is odd? Would force row 5, column 3 to be 7 as well. Row 5, column 3. Let's see if these are all odd. All odd makes box 1 Renban all even. They're all odd breaks the top left Renban. Okay, so these would be... Ah, yes, okay, yep. I get it now. Okay. If this is a 7, all of these are odd, and ergo these 3 digits are odd on this Renban, which is fine. This Renban needs to have 3 evens and 3 odds on it. The problem is, we know that there needs to be a 7 on this Renban, and the 7 goes in one of these other 2 cells. So either I can't put a 7, or I have to put a 4th odd, neither of which works. So this is a 3. Ergo, this is a 2 or a 4 and is even, and is now counting evens over here, which is very exciting to have an extra cell colored for the first time in a while. Now, 4 seems really difficult to exist on this cell, though not technically impossible as of yet. So can I make 4 of these even? So again, I can only make 2 of the ones on the Renban even. I don't know which 2, but that means I definitely would have to make these 2 even. Don't think I see that yet. I know there's a 9 up here. It forces something. Good, good, excellent. I still want to keep in mind this box. So now I know it's on this box 3 Renban. That's the point. This 3 tells me the exact contents of this Renban. So we can do more gratuitous pencil marking. So this Renban, because 3 sees the entirety of the Renban, has to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exactly. Which means, well, those aren't 8, but one of these has to be an 8, which means this isn't an 8. Oh, and actually this can't be the 8 either, because there's an 8 in this box. So this is the 8, and so that's even. That's good. So a little bit of progress. So these aren't 8. So there needed to be an 8 on this, so that 8 now goes here. So row 3, column 9 be the 8. Row 3, column 9 can't be the 8 because there needed to be an 8 on this. Oh, wait, nope, you're right, sorry. One of these two is an 8. I still don't know which. Sorry. One of these is the 8 in this box. That's not an 8, though. Sorry, I got overexcited. Yep, it was not right. You are correct. One of these two is an 8. Oh, one of these two is an 8 in this box. Oh, sorry, one of these two is an 8 in this box, because the 8 in this column is over here. So yeah, the 8's in one of these two places, actually. Can't go there, but could go in one of these two places. I think. This is why Tristan is against pencil marking against boxes. The pencil marking in this puzzle has been an adventure. That is for sure. Why couldn't row 4, column 7 be an 8? I think these are the two cells that can actually maybe possibly be 8s. So here's an observation. This cell in this box goes here and joins the 1. Because this cell can't repeat on the Renban. So these cells are only from 189. So that's something that's useful. Possibly. That one's not an 8. So this cell's actually a 1 or a 9. And spoiler, 1 and 9 are both odd. So that seems cool. I'm happy with that. Jay has said this 8 could be incorrect. I'll go back. Why not? So there needs to be an 8. Ah, yes, that's right. Because the 8 could go here. Right, okay. Yes. Still true to say that one of these two is an 8. I'm going to go ahead and highlight them in yellow. One of the two yellow cells is 8. But right, because of this this slight confounding, good point, chat. Because of this slight confounding of the fact that the 8 on this Renban could be here, it could be that this is an 8. And that's not an 8. This still is never an 8. But you're completely right. I made a logical leap there that was not correct. Now, I do know, though, that there's a 4 in this box on this one. So I can mark that and remove a 4 candidate from here. Let's see. This 3, that's a good point. Somehow in my brain, this 3 was, like, not that big a deal. But this 3 is actually huge, because this 3 needs to have only one more odd digit in all of these 5 cells. So Uh, so there's only one total odd digit out of all of these, and the rest are even. Now, is that useful? Yes, I can remove. I did notice that, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of chat. But you're right. I can remove 1 and 2 from row 9, column 1. That is an excellent point. Yeah, this is an interesting point. So what can this be? So it cannot be a 3 or a 4. And this cell up here, it goes in one of these two places. So either it goes here, and this is a 1 or a 2. Now, could this be a 2, is the question. I don't think this can be a 2, because if it were a 2, it would be saying that out of these cells, there are only 2 even digits. We know there's at least 1 even digit here. But then also, because of this 3, we actually know that... I guess we know at least one of these is even. Maybe this could be a 2, annoyingly. This can't be a 1, though. There's no way it can be a 1, because it already sees an odd digit, and it has to see an odd digit on that. It can't be 3 or 4 for multiple reasons. And then naively, it can be 5, 6, or 7. 7 is problematic, I think, because 7 puts... because one of these two cells has to be even, and one of these is even, so 7's way too big. Can't be 7. Let's see. Six. I'd love to rule out 6. So yeah, so what about 6? So there could be 2 evens here. And then... Yeah, I don't think this works. If it's 6, then I can only get 2 evens from these cells. I guess I could get an even here. Maybe if it's 6, that creates a problem over here. Because if this is 6, I need to put a 6 on this line. It would have to go exactly there. No, that's nonsense. Don't listen to me. 6. Okay, so can 6 of these digits be even? So can 6 of these 7 digits be even? Well, we know only... So that would mean there's only 2 odds, and the one odd would have to come from here. And so, I don't know where exactly, but somewhere on this line. But that is, as people say, that is 6 even... Or sorry, that's 5 even digits in box 4, because remember, this is a 6. Yeah, so that does not work. Okay, I agree. 6 is impossible. Okay. So now I think that does interesting things with this Renban. If this is a 2, that's a 2. Oh, no, not quite. Sorry. I thought the fact that these were forming a sort of kind of tuple was going to be interesting, but I don't think it is. Okay, but people are saying it can't be 5, so let's take a look at why it can't be 5. we get at most 2 from over here, so we're at a count of at most 2 odds. That's a third. And so can we find 2 more odds to be there? Okay, so the 5 we're saying would be the last odd here. Okay, that's a good point. So yeah, if this is a 5, now the 3 has seen all of its odds. And so now these 2 are automatically even. And so if this is a 5, it would need... isn't that still getting us to 5, though? If there's 2 odds on here? It looks to me like 5 just works. Because these 2 have to be even. I can get 2 odds from here. And 2 odds from here and the 3. As far as I can see. I really feel like I should be able to get some deduction out of the fact that this is 2 or 5, and those are the digits that also want to go on this Renban. But I'm not sure. Oh, here's a good point. Oh, no, damn it. Nope. I was going to say 1, 2 have to go down here, but that's not necessarily true. Row 3, column 1 has to go in box 1. Yeah, so this is... yeah, so this would be a 5. So if this is a 5, this is a 1, this would be a 1. Oh, is it actually 2 that's the problem? But yeah, if this is a... I agree that if this is a 5, then it forces 5 off of this Renban, which forces this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban. But now the 5 needed to have an odd in both of these cells, which would require a 1 there. So that would be a 1. Two in box 1. Then you would have 2 evens in box 4. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay. Here's a nice way to see this. I think I can explain what chat has discovered if you are not, if you've not yet figured it out. This cell we know goes in one of these 2 places. If this is a 5, then this cell has to go here. And now this Renban is wrapped around the 5, which now means I actually know that the 5 sees exactly 2 odd numbers in these 4 cells, plus 1 odd number there. That is 3 odd numbers. The 3's done, so these are both even, and it can see 1 more odd number there, but that is not enough odd numbers. Okay. So I think the point is you can replicate this Renban here and know exactly how many things this sees. So 5 does not work through a somewhat convoluted argument, but it is an argument nonetheless. So this is a 2. So that's a 2. So these are not the 2. That's even. That's even. Means that's not a 2. Let's see. Means that's a 1. How about that for a Sudoku? Means that's a 5, and that's a 1, so that's orange. This is blue. I don't know which flavor of blue it is yet, but it's blue flavor. That's a 9, by the way. So this is It looks like 4, 6, or 8 as best I'm able to determine it at the moment. Okay. This 5 looks down there and sees that that's not a 5. And so I'm going to guess, I haven't looked at chat yet, but I'm going to guess when someone said nice ranks, they were talking about the fact that we can do the same trick. There's one even on here, and there has to be one even on here. And so that's all the evens. So everything else is odd. So these are odd. Just by free logic. And this 3 also now definitely sees one of these has to be odd. They can't both be even or it would break the 2. So therefore this cell has to be even. Because of the 3. So this is not a 5 either. Okay, so there's a 4, 6, 8, 4, 6, 8. There's a 7 up there. There's all kinds of Sudoku stuff floating around now. Let's see. Let's try and clean up our pencil marks as best we can. I realize that is somewhat ironic to be saying for me, but what are you going to do? This 5 being on this Renban tells me this isn't a 5 either. These aren't 5 either. Let's see. These aren't 5 either. So where does 5 go on this Renban? Only here. So that's a 5, and it's odd. So where does 5 go in row 1? Only here, so that's a 5, and that's odd. So this is a 9 even pair over here. This 9 looks over and sees that 8 and that 9, so this is even. This is odd. Let's see, so that's not even. Let's see. 5, 1. Yeah, where's the 3? Yeah, the 3 I just know is in one of those two places. That's not immediately helpful. Oh, but this being a 9 does resolve all this nonsense about the 8s. So the 8 that we screwed up before is now actually right. This can't be an 8, because now these cells are exactly 8, 7, 6. So we screwed up before, completely own that, but we would have been right in the end if no one had pointed it out. That has to be the 8 for this line, because this is now a 6, 7, 8. So this isn't 6 or 7 either. So that's a 4, 5 pair, which makes this a 2. So this sees 2 total even numbers, which is interesting. So 4, 5. Okay, this is not an 8. Let's see. Okay, so, this digit has got to be the other of these. So this is a 6 or a 7. I don't think I know which yet. Let's see. Where is the 2 going in row 6? The 2 has to go here. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. This isn't an 8 because of the 8 in the row. This isn't a 2 because of the 2 in the row. So there's a 2 up here somewhere. This is a 6, 7, 8, so that's not a 6. Also, by the way, these have become even at some point. I don't know when that happened exactly, but they are even. So, yeah, I do need a 6, and it goes over here, which I've known for a while. Let's see. So now let's think about this. If this was a 4, it already sees 4 even digits. And so it would mean that all of these were odd. So this would be a 3, a 5, and a 7. Let's see. I do know one of these is a 3. It's not super helpful. Let's see. Codec asks where row 4, column 7 goes in box La5. Let's see. So, good question. So this digit in box 5 goes there. So it is odd, which means that this digit is a 5, and therefore that digit is a 5. And therefore these are not 5. They are 4, 6, 7. That is great. This one's not 7, actually, so it's even. Let's see. Can we chase this fruit further? I don't think so. Oh, but we can't. Okay, we can do this. This is a 4 now, so that's blue. These are now both odd by virtue of being on the Renban with a 2 and a 4 already. This 2 now sees its 2 favorite even digits, so this digit's now odd, so it's a 7, which makes this digit a 4 or 6 and even. This 7 looks over and says that that's not a 7. We're in much better shape than we were a little bit ago, because now this isn't a 5 either, just by old Sudoku. So the 5 is in one of these places. Oh, that's not a 5 either. Haha. So the 5 is placed. The 5 goes there. And 5 is odd. So I can color. So this is also... Oh, wait, sorry. What's left in this box? I need a 6. Well, the 6 doesn't go there. So the 6... Oops. Sorry, 6 is the orange color. I should remember that. Okay, so the 6 goes in one of these 2 places. We have a 1-3 pair. We've got a 2-4. We've got a 5. We need a 6, which has to go in one of these 2 places. We need a 7, which can go in any of those. And we need a 9, which can go in any of those, I think. That one's not the 9, though. That is a 6, 7. Okay, this is a 6, 7, 9. So now, where does the 8 go in this row? The 8 in this row can only go in box 6. And so this has to be the 8. Oops. No. So that's a 6 and that's a 7. So we've got that all done. So that's a 4. That's a 6. Let's see. I see chat is getting snarky, so that means I'm going to have something good to look at when I finish trying to clean up all of these things. Let's see. What's going on over here? Oh, let's see. This can't be a 4 anymore, so one of these is the 4. So this is a 6 or an 8. Oh, this row is almost done. So that's a 6. It is blue. I wonder if that's the one that chat was on about. This is not a 6, so it's a 7 or a 9. So these are a 1-4 pair. And I know where the 1 goes. No, they're not a 1-4 pair. They're a 1-3-4 triple. Well, that's annoying. So they're 1-3-4 triple, but that one's not a 1. That one could be a 1. Could be a 1. Yeah, misclicking restart is always a good way to wake up in the morning. Let's see. 9 in box 6, says chat. 9 is not 1, 3, or 4. So that's a 9, and that's a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 1. So that was an excellent spot. That's a 4, and I've got a lot of coloring to do now. Blue, orange. Excellent spot to both of you. Ben and likewise are the ones I saw who said it. This is now a 3, which is the orange color. So we assuredly must at some point be able to resolve what this is. Right? Right? We must. Okay, so if this was a 3, it would work, because there would be exactly 3 oranges. If this is a 4, it would also work, because this would now be... Wait, what does happen if this is a 4? No, this works either way. This works regardless of whether this is a 3 or a 4. The top left Renban needs an 8 and is awfully pinched on where to get it. That's really helpful, Ransk. That's an 8, that's a 6, that's a 4, or a 7 if you prefer. Whichever floats your boat, don't let me judge. So these are a 9 and an 8. To finish this whole who's a what's it, I believe. So these are a 4, 6, 7. The dot in box 6. The dot in box 6. That's the dot to look at. Thank you, Egon. And welcome, Egon. I'm not sure if I've seen you chatting here before. But yes, this 2 says it's supposed to see 2 even. So it has to see this even. And so this even is now... It's not the 3 flavor of even. It's the 4 flavor of even. And so now this 4, of course, sees all the rest. I wonder if I could have said this cell was odd regardless. I might have been able to say this cell was odd regardless, but whatever. It's a 3 now. We don't have to think about it anymore. This 4 looks over and sees that this is a 6. So that's a 7. That's a 4. That is an even. That's an odd. Or an ood, if you prefer. Let's see. So these digits, let's just fill in the triples down here. So this is 5, 6, 7. These are a 1, 3, 9. And these are... Yes, the ood from Doctor Who. That is correct. These are 2, 4, 8. Okay. So these are all even, which is assuredly going to be helpful. So if this was a 1, would it be correct? No, because if this was a 1, it would be placing evens in all of these spaces, which it certainly cannot do. So this is not a 1. By the way, this is definitely odd. And by the way, it's definitely not a 9, because you can never put a 9 in a circle. So that's a 3. These, by the way, are also definitely odd. And they're none 3 odds. None 3 odds, my favorite flavor of odds. So that's not a 3 anymore. So earlier, when someone tried to convince me that this wasn't a 3, they were secretly correct. By the way, this isn't a 5 or a 6 anymore. That's been staring at us for a long time. I'm surprised no one's pointed that out. Let's see. So let's keep going down Triplesville. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too many numbers. What did I do? 6 is up there already. There we go. These digits are 4, 5, 9. Well, I'll remember from before this time that that's not a 9. Let's see. These are 1 and 2, 6 and some other digit. Let's see. So that's not a 3, so it's a 7 or an 8. Okay, so this is a 4 or a 5, which is a annoying combination of things, because they say basically the same information. Not quite. I don't know if it's useful. But I also don't really want to think about this. Maybe I should think about where 3 does go in this box. Because 3 doesn't go on the Renban. And 1 doesn't go on this Renban. So 2 doesn't go on this Renban. So 2 in this box goes somewhere down here. Oh, these are all odds. That's a very good observation, Ranks. I was thinking, oh, there's multiple candidates, but you're right. Those evens were nice. So this is now an odd counter. The odd counter counts at least 3 odds, but it can't count 3 odds because of the 3 down here. So this is at least a 5, and it could be a 7. It is not a 9 because there aren't 9 digits in the 8 cells that surround a thing. Am I going to have to do a Y-wing? Is that what's going to happen here? This looks like it could be setting up a Y-wing. Let's see. I know there's n even and an odd on this. Let's see. People are claiming I can finish box 1 and 4. Let's see if I believe them. Because I'm hearing tell of an 8 up here or a 9 or something. I'm not 100% sure you can finish boxes 1 and 4 yet. I also kind of love Y-Wings, I admit. Although I'm also pretty scared when I see Y-Wings pop up in the middle of puzzles that I've been working on for an hour and a half. Let's see. So the question is, could this be 7? Because 7 would be quite extreme. If this was a 7, we'd be saying there was a total of 1 even in all of these digits. And that even would have to go here. And that doesn't work. Okay, got it. Okay, I can explain this. This can't be 7. Because if this is 7, this thing needs to see an even on both. This thing needs to see all but one of these being odd. But there actually has to be an even on this side, because otherwise I only can put 3 evens in the column. And there has to be an even on this side, because these are from 1 to 6. So this is not a 7, it's a 5. And so that's a 4. And so that being a 5 is there. Oh, people want me to look at the circles. The circles. It's funny, people wanted me to look at this circle too. Yeah, so this is a 9 and an 8 and a... and something. Well, that's odd. That's even. I can go that far. Let's see. Row 7, column 3 was maligned unfairly. Poor row 7, column 3. I'm sorry. I will try to respect you more next time, but just do me a favor and be better. Let's see. So 4 there. Let's see. Oh, column 2 is all evens. That's a good point. So that's odd. Let's see. And this is not a 2 or a 4, so it's a 6 or an 8. And odds that can go with 6 and 8 do not include 1, 3, and 5. So this is a 7 or a 9. It's actually just because it looks at 1, 3, and 5 that makes this a 7 or a 9. So that means this isn't a 7 or a 9, which is huge. So this cell is, as predicted by chat earlier, I think this cell is going to turn out to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and to be integral to the solve path. So I'm glad we've been carefully keeping up with it. These are odd. I don't think it's helping really to keep track of it, but I'm going to keep track of it anyway. Let's see. This 4 needs to see 2 more evens. Pencil mark the rest of them. Pencil mark these. Like 2, 6, 8. Let's see. Do people just want pencil marks everywhere? If people want pencil marks everywhere, I can oblige that, I suppose. These are 7, 9, and 1. With there definitely being a 1 involved in this cluster. So that's a 1, 7, 9 triple. So these are so this is not a 1 or a 2. It could be a 3 or a 4. Oh, this can't be an 8, by the way. There's an 8 in the column. It could be a 3 or a 4, not a 5 or a 6 or 7 or 9. Okay, so this is a 3-4 pair, so that's pretty cool. Maybe it doesn't actually do anything. That's also very possible. Oh, people want to count again. People really like these circles. let's see. So let's look at this 3 circle. Okay, let's look at all the circles and let's figure out what's going on with the circles. I don't know why my brain is just completely continuously forgetting that the circles are here. So this 3 needs to see one more odd in these 2 cells. So it needs to also see one more even, which means this is not the 6. So that cell is odd. And this is an odd-even pair. This 4 needs to see 2 more evens. It's always going to see at least one more even over here. But it could see both evens here. Oh, but not without breaking the 5. I need to think about the 4 and the 5 together. So the 5 here needs to see an odd-even pair here in order for this to work. So because this needs to be an odd-even pair, this needs to be even. So that's even. And this is an odd-even pair, which means the 4 is now seeing 3 even, so it needs to see one more even, which means the 8 can't be down here. And so that is a 3 or a 7. Okay. And I think now, with this coloring, I think now the circles are all automatically satisfied no matter what. I don't think we can break it if we try. So let's look across these rows and see if anything else is better. So for example, we have now put 5 odds into row 9. Or if you prefer, rather than thinking about it this way, you could identify that what we found is a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 quintuple. And so as a result, this can't be 3 because 3 is part of the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 quintuple. So that's a 4 and that's a 3. So ood even. This 3 looks over and says that's not a 3. Let's try that again. This 3 looks over and says that's not a 3. So that's a 7-8 pair. So that is a 3. And look at the progress. So where now to look? Brown cow or whatever. Let's see. Something else must be going on. Let's see. Oh, where's the 1 in row 7? The 1 in row 7 is here. There we go. More progress. So that's not a 1. So this is even. So that's still not good enough. Where is the 9 in row 7? We're now being asked. So Carl is correct. The 9 in row 7 is here, which means it goes with an 8, which means these aren't 8, which means these are a 2, 6 pair. So this isn't a 2 or a 4 because there's a 4 in the row. So it's an 8, which means that's a 2 and that's a 4. That 2 looks over and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 2, which looks over and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 2. This 6 looks over and says that that's a 7, that's an 8, that's a 7. So this is a 1 or a 9. No, it's not a 1. Sorry, it's not a 9 either. So that's a 1, that's a 7, that's a 5, that's a 6. That 1 looks over and sees that's a 9 and that's a 1. That 9 looks over and sees that that's a 5. And I think we're going to consider the puzzle done here per chat's request that we try and innovate on the Sudoku form. So we're just going to leave these 4 cells uncolored and this little smattering of bi-value cells and consider that good enough to move on to the next puzzle. So next up, we have the puzzle Schrödinger's Dots by Starwarigami. So this is a puzzle I've been looking forward to for a long time, and I'm glad I have beaten Simon to solving this puzzle, because I'm sure that that was a great puzzle. I really enjoyed that one, right up to the very end. So I know Simon has alluded to the fact that he's going to do this puzzle or the other puzzle by Starwarigami. Okay, fine. But those of you who are upset about this, I'll go back and finish this puzzle, but you should remember to like and subscribe to encourage me to finish the puzzle. Oops. I don't know how I clicked a Twitch link. I have absolutely no idea what I clicked that sounded like... Oh, now Xeon is saying that we shouldn't finish it. Okay. I'll go back to... I'll go back. So we've got pretty normal rules here for white dots and black dots. Oh, Xeon wants to... Yes, there we go. I can put the last 5 minutes of every puzzle as a Patreon exclusive. So there we go. I think I can finish this in under 5 minutes even. Okay, there we go. We've got the puzzle. Okay, so cells separated by a white dot contain consecutive digits, and cells separated by a black dot contain digits that have a ratio of 1 to 2. However, in every row, column, and box, there is exactly one Schrödinger cell. So exactly one cell that genuinely contains 2 digits. And so... Oh, sorry, it's not every row, column, and box. It's only in each row. Sorry, wait. Let me read this carefully. And sorry, one of them is a 0. Oh, no, it does. There does have to be one in every row. Good night, Codec. Sorry. Let me start again. In every row, column, and box, we have to fit, as usual, the digits 0 through 9. Like that. But if you complain that that's too many digits and that you've just never quite noticed before, the way we're going to accommodate that is that we're going to be allowed to put in one cell 2 digits in each box. And so effectively that means because we have to put all 10 digits in every row, column, and box, we actually need a Schrödinger cell in every row, one in every column, and one in every box to accommodate the superposition of 2 different digits, as this beautifully states. And yes, as Likewise points out quickly, the rule of 45 still holds. If you add all of the digits in a box, you still get 45. So no huge problems. And if you're really excited by that, the other puzzle by Starwarigami in the series, which I presume I'm going to do because I'm assuming I'm just going to love this idea, is that... sorry, the other one is a killer puzzle with the same rule set. So that does not work. Okay. So you cannot put 0 to 0 on a black dot because that would be repeating 0 in the column, and you can't repeat 0 in the column because you need every column to include the digit 0 through 9. So I think rules-wise, it's fine to have a ratio of 0 to 0. That is, in fact, a ratio of 2 to 1. But I think by the rules of regular Sudoku, you can't do that because I don't think you can then finish the puzzle. But you can do 0 to 1 on white dots all you want. Okay. And so the rule is both digits in the Schrödinger cell have to obey any associated dot constraint. So I could do 2 here, and then this could be a 1, 3. That would be a perfectly acceptable fill. But it would not be okay if I made this a 1, 7 and said, oh, it's fine because the 2 and the 1 are next to each other. That would just be nonsense. And so we, of course, cannot possibly do that. So we have to really be careful to respect the rules and make everything work exactly as normal, just with the fact that we can shove an extra digit in various cells now. Now, there's no negative constraint in this puzzle that I can detect. So, okay, Ranksk, for your next puzzle for your stream, I will make that happen. Where we'll do an ambiguity Schrödinger puzzle. I'm sure it's exactly what you want. But yeah, that's an awesome idea, actually. I really like that. Okay, so next puzzle I make, Schrödinger ambiguity puzzle, where which thing is satisfied can change based on the Schrödinger cell. Okay. Yeah, so there's exactly, and there has to be one Schrödinger cell in every row, column, and box, because we have to fit the digits 0 through 9. Okay, so where are we supposed to get started? Well, this cell is not a Schrödinger cell. So green is going to be not a Schrödinger cell. How do I know this cell is not a Schrödinger cell? Well, let's say I make this a 4-5. I don't know, whatever it is I want to do. I guess 4-5 is never going to work, but let's say I make this a 4-6. Well, now what am I going to put here? Well, the only valid digits I could put here are 5. So that's not going to work. So this is a safe cell. It is not a Schrödinger cell. Now, I think actually for a more complicated reason, I think this cell is not a Schrödinger cell. Because if this digit is, let's say this digit's a 5, if I make this a 4-6, that's not going to work because now this digit also has to be a 4 or a 6. And now this 4-6 is the Schrödinger 4-6, but this 4-6 is a pencil-marked 4-6. And that's not going to work either. So actually, all three of these cells are clear, I think, of being Schrödinger cells. And I think that same logic means these aren't Schrödinger cells. This is not really a 5, by the way. That was a lie. That was just an example. To say that if I put a digit here, there's only 2 digits I can put around it, and if I put both of them in this cell, I've only made my life worse, not better. So yeah, so that's a good start. So we've got some cells that aren't the Schrödinger cell. Let's see. We should have a bet cell. Let's have a bet cell because it's going to be an extra exciting bet cell. I don't know if Starwarigami has made it. I know Tristan pinged him. Pinged them? I think them. So we're going to make this the bet cell. And so this time, yeah, I know, Jessica, that we're already practically done the puzzle, so we've really given an advantage to people. But just to make it more fun, we're going to do that. And remember, this time you could bet on a pair of digits. So most of the time, there's only 9 digits that you could bet on. And the 9 digits... Oh, that's right. It could be a 0. Sorry. I should include that as well. And so normally you could bet on 2. But if you want, you can bet on 2 digits. So you could bet, for example... Hey, Luis... You could bet that this is going to be a, 3-4, for example. And then that will pay much higher odds. What is 9 choose 2? 9 choose 2 is 36. So that'll pay 36 to 1, I think. Did I do that right? 9 times 8. Yeah, I did that right. Yeah, 36 to 1 if you do that. Or really 45 to 1, because it could be a single digit. Okay, so... If you want 45 to 1 odds, bet on something for that. Okay. Oh, does it say all the Schrödinger cells are on dots? Oh, yeah, every Schrödinger cell is connected to at least 1 dot. Sorry, you're right. That is very good to know. Thank you for reading the rules for me. So I'm going to go ahead now and de-Schrödingerize all of the cells that aren't on dots. Let's see. You've been de-Schrödingerized. I'm going to go ahead and color these before I misclick and suddenly Let's see, you're de-Schrödingerized, you're de-Schrödingerized, you're de-Schrödingerized, you're de-Schrödingerized. Bam. One more in box 4. I think I got that one eventually. Okay. So, oh, one more in box 5. Thank you. Row 5, column 6. Got that one. Row 1, column 1. Okay, this can't be a Schrödinger cell. Okay, let's think about this. Can this be a Schrödinger cell? Oh yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, so if this wanted to be a Schrödinger cell, so it's interesting. Let's think about this in general. If a black cell wants to be a Schrödinger cell, what happens? Well, we can't possibly put 3, 6 in this. Because if we put 3, 6, then this would also have to be a 3 or a 6, and that's not going to work. So the only things that could go in a Schrödinger cell are a 1, 4 with a 2, which could connect to a 3. So I think the claim that this can't be a Schrödinger cell is wrong. But it's either going to be 1, 4, or it's going to be 2, 8 connecting to a 4. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this could be a Schrödinger cell for reasons of black dotitude, but not because of the fact that there has to be one down here. In fact, actually, row 9, there's only one cell we have that can be a Schrödinger cell, so it's that one. So these are not Schrödinger cells. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so this is for sure a Schrödinger cell. Okay, so where else can we do that? Okay, so this column. No, that's not quite true. Yeah, this column needs to have one of these two as a Schrödinger cell. But I think that's fine. That does tell us. No, I'm not going to speculate exactly as to what exactly that tells us with this whole mess. I think this could be the Schrödinger cell. Then that's not, or whatever. Okay. Row 7, column 7 can't be a Schrödinger cell. Ah, yes, because of box 8. Thank you. Good catch. So this is not a Schrödinger cell. So one of these two is a Schrödinger cell. Okay, so yeah, annoyingly, I know one of these is a Schrödinger cell. Okay, so what's going on here? So this is a string of a bunch of white dots. So I want to think about if this string of 4 white dots, I want to think if there could be a Schrödinger cell in here. So if this was a Schrödinger cell, I think we would be okay. So let's say it's a 5. This could be a 4 or 6. And then this could be a 6 and a 7. Obviously, that doesn't work because of that. But I think in terms of Schrödingericity, I think that's fine. If this is a Schrödinger cell, though, I think we make our lives more complicated. Because if this is a Schrödinger cell, now these two have to be the same digit. But that's actually fine, isn't it? No, that's fine. Don't mind me as I just play around with this and try and figure out what on earth is going on with this constraint. Yes, a Schrödinger cell can be on a white and a black dot, I think. Well, actually, maybe it can't be on both. We said that this could be a Schrödinger cell, except that it's not. Could this be? So, yeah, so our options for being a black Schrödinger cell at all are only 1,4 or 2,8. And neither 1,4 nor 2,8 can be on that. So that is an excellent question, and it is an excellent typon, and it is very helpful because it means that's not a black dot, that's not a black dot, that's not a black dot. Or sorry, that's not a Schrödinger cell, that's not a Schrödinger cell, and that's not a Schrödinger cell. Because it's so restricted what can go on a black dot as a Schrödinger cell. So this is a Schrödinger cell. So these are not Schrödinger cells. So the Schrödinger cell in this box is in this row, so that's not a Schrödinger cell. Let's see. Now somehow there's only one spot for a Schrödinger cell in row 3, so that's a Schrödinger cell, and these are not Schrödinger cells. So this is not a Schrödinger cell, and this is a Schrödinger cell. One of these is a Schrödinger cell, so that's not a Schrödinger cell, so that is a Schrödinger cell. So these aren't Schrödinger cells, so that's a Schrödinger cell. So that's not a Schrödinger cell. So that's a Schrödinger cell. So that's not a Schrödinger cell. And so that's a Schrödinger cell. So that's not a Schrödinger cell, and that's a Schrödinger cell. Okay. And that's it for that puzzle. Great choice of constraint to combine this rule set with. And so we're going to be moving on to a Renban Sudoku by Clover, which I am excited to try. We were talking about how thick the lines were on the previous one, but I think these are actually even thicker Renban lines than the previous one. Sorry, we'll go back and we'll finish the thing. Okay, so I would never troll anyone about anything. These are 1,4 or 2,8, so these are all. So now, by being a 1,4 or a 2,8, that actually greatly restricts what these two cells are. These two cells are either a 2 or they're a 4. That's the only possible value of these things. And these two are... Oops. And these two are the same digit. What do you mean start trolling back? They're only 1, 2, 4, 8 because if you try and put a 3, 6 here, this has to be in a black dot relationship with both 3 and 6, and there's no digit that has a 1 to 2 ratio with both 3 and 6. Now, it's kind of hilarious that I have this pencil marked, even though I know it's got 2 values in it. But these are the same cell. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the green real quick because we so quickly identified where these go. Because these two are now the same digit. Let's go with yellow. So yellow... Yeah, so this is 1, 4 or 2, 8. And yellow's up here. And yellow's not there, we know. So yellow's up in one of these two cells. This is a 2 or a 4 as well. And now, interestingly, this is a 2 or a 4, but it's not that kind of 2 or 4. Row 3, column 6 equals row 2, column 7. Oh yeah, this is also a 2 or a 4. I agree. But let's see, you say that this cell is the same cell as row 2, column 7. Well, I do know this is a 3 or a 5. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I don't know this is a 3 or a 5. But yes, because this is a Schrödinger cell, it's the same cell as that. Yes, I agree. Okay, these are the same. They're going to be orange. Okay, these are the same, and they're not yellow. Because yellow is, remember, one of 2 and 4. Wait, do I know it's not yellow? I had convinced myself before it couldn't be yellow. But let me reconvince myself of that real quick. Would chat want me to use the dark mode? And then, based on the answer to that, would I use it? Okay, so is this so these two digits are the same precisely if these two Schrödinger cells are the same. And are these two Schrödinger cells the same? That's really the question. Hey, Jay, nice to see you. I remember a long time ago doing a very, very evil puzzle that you set called, like, Fishbone or something that I remember almost nothing about, other than that it was very, very difficult. Okay, so people are now saying they have to be the same, which is interesting. So let's do this. So let's imagine, just for a second, what if this is 1, 4? So if this is 1, 4, then these are both 2. Now this can't be... got it. Okay, got it. Because now this can't be 2, 8, so it has to be 1, 4. Okay, yes, they're this... So I understand now. So these have to be the same. So who knows how in the world I'm going to mark that. But they have to be the same. I'm going to draw boxes around them to indicate that they're the same. Oops. And then by standard Schrödinger logic, this cell has to be yellow. So that cell's yellow. And so now yellow connects to a Schrödinger cell, which we know comes from 1, 3, 5. But this is a Schrödinger cell, so it can only connect to one thing across a white dot. Because imagine this is 3, 5, then across a white dot, it can only connect to 4. So because this white dot's yellow, the only thing this cell white dots is yellow, and so this is also yellow. Okay. So let's see. If this were 1, 3, this would be a 2. That would be a 2. And then this could be a 1. Oh, wait, this can't be a 1, can it? Let's see, because this is either... Okay, so there is a very weird 1, 2, 4 virtual triple. No, that's not true. There's just a 2, 4 pair across here. Because this doesn't have to have a 1 on it. This could be a 2, 8 with a 4 there. Sorry, I was going to say something that was wrong. But anyway, this is 2 or 4. And remember, it's only one of 2 and 4. Okay, now this cell is going to get pushed over here somewhere. And now... the question is, could yellow be part of this cell? And I don't think I immediately see why yellow couldn't be half of this Schrödinger cell. which sounds nightmarish, but I think it's possible. And now I want to ask if this cell can be yellow. Because if this cell is yellow... No, this cell can't be yellow, because yellow only connects to two things across a white dot, and they're both already in the column. So this is not yellow. This is the other one. We'll make it orange. And so this is the third of 1, 3, 5 that appears in this column. So we have a very weird sort of 1, 3, 5 triple involved in here. And by the way, this cell definitely has a 3 in it, which is an incredibly bizarre thing to pencil mark. So this is not a 3. And so because of the 1, 3, 5 business, we know this is coming from 2, 4, 8. So this can't be a 4, because we've got a 3 in this column already. So this isn't 3, 6. And we've got a 1 already, so this is from 2, 4, 8. So there's definitely a 4 here. And so yellow's not 4, yellow is 2. And so this is now a 1, 4. This is a 1, 4. And this is a 2, 8. Let's see. This being a 2 means that this is a 4, 8. This is great. This is a 1 or a 3, and I don't know which one. Oh, there's already a 4 in this row. Duh. That's a 4, so this is an 8. That's a 4. This is ridiculous, and I love it. Okay, and so now I know what this is. It's a 3, 5. And so this cell's done. So if you had 4 or 8 or 3 or 5 in the who's a what's it, I regret to inform you that you are out of the races. Let's see. Oh, and it can't be 2 or 8 either, because there's a 2 in the column. So let's see. I have heard it can't be 1 a number of times, but I don't know what the it is that can't be 1. Column 6 already has a 1. Oh, right. Column 6 already has a 1. Perfect. So this is a 3. So that's the it that can't be 1. I asked and answered. Beautiful. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 are gone from this column. So 0 actually only in 3 places in this column. These are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they definitely have a 7 in them. Using that old-fashioned Renban sort of logic. So don't we know row 3, column 7 now? Yes, we do. Thank you. It is a 1, 3. For multiple reasons, like 80 million reasons, we know that this is a 1, 3. So this isn't a 0. So 0 also in 3 places in this column. Okay, I'm going to fill in candidates for this column, I think, because I've already got 6 digits in it. Okay, so we need a 0. We've got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. We need a 5, 6, 7. We've got an 8. We need a 9. Okay, and this one can't be 0. And this one can't be 4. So this one is at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No 5s. Oh, that one's not a 5. Oh, yes. None of them are 5 because there's a 5 in the column. Well, that's way better. Okay, so if this is not a 5, that doesn't mean this can't be a 6, unfortunately. This is not a 5 because there's a 5 in that column, too. Right there. Okay, so speaking of, where is the 5? Okay, so the 5 in this box is up here somewhere by regular Sudoku. The 3 in this box is in one of these two cells by regular Sudoku. Let's see, could the 5 be up here? It would have to go with a 4 or a 6, which both seem fine to me. Row 1, column 8 can't be a 9. Right, because this can't be an 8, so this can't be a 9. Thank you. So is there always a 7 here? It looks to me like there's always a 7 here. Oh, no, it could be 8, 9. Sorry. There's not necessarily. Okay. So the 3 in box 1 have to be on the Schrödinger cell. Ah, yes. Okay, so the 3 in box 1 is pushed up here. I don't see why I couldn't do something like 3, or sorry, something like 6, 3, 2, 4. Wouldn't that work, Jessica? Yeah, the 0 in box 3 is not on a... Let's see, could the 0 go here? If the 0 went here, yeah, the 0 can't go here. So the 0 in this box is only in one of these two cells. That's not a 0. That's a 0. Somehow I'm not used to entering zeros in Sudoku puzzles for whatever reason. Let's see. Five. Yeah, we've got the 5. The 5 up here? Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Because the 5 down here, I already have the 5 in this box. Duh. How could I have gotten confused by that? Let's see. The 4 in this box is down here. Let's see. If this was a 4, it would be 4, 6 with a 3. This can't be a 4, right? Because this would either be 4, 6 connecting to a 5, which it can't be, or 4, 2 connecting to a 3, which it can't be. So that's not the 4. The 4 is actually in one of these two cells. 4 is in box 3. Force the 5 to be on a white dot. Okay, where is 4 in box 3? Okay, so the 4... yeah, the 4 is now in this column. Okay, so in this column, we definitely have a 4 and a 5. So if this was 5, we would need to be 4, 3, which does not work. Because there's already a 3 in the box. So this is not a 5. So yeah, so there's definitely a 5 on here. And so these are from 4, 5, 6 is the only possibilities. Let's see. Where are 2 and 3 in box 1? Ah, we have, yeah, 2 and 3 are both pushed into row 1. Not only 2, or sorry, not only 3, but also 2. And so one of 2 and 3 is on this black dot because I can't put them both in the Schrödinger cell. Yeah, one of 2 and 3 is in the Schrödinger cell because I have to put one of them there. But they're not both in the Schrödinger cell because I can't put both of them there. But I can't put 2, 3 on the black dot. So this is either 2, 4 with a 3 and a 6, or it could be 3, 1 with a 2 and a 4, or it could be 3, 5 with a 4 and a 2. Unfortunately, I think all of those seem very plausible. Hey, Derek. Don't worry, we're not that far in yet. You're in plenty of time to tell us we've completely broken the puzzle. Oh, I've also just noticed we have a 1, 4, 1s and 4s aligning in these, so we have a 1 and a 4 up here. Sorry. This can't involve a 1 at all. Oh, this can't be a 1 or a 4. Excellent. Because both 1 and 4 would break this white dot. So we actually have a 1-4 pair. This is just absolutely delightful, by the way. So here's a 1-4 pair. So that's going to be interesting when it comes to thinking about this whole constellation up here. Because if this is a 4... If this is a 4, do I just break everything? I think if this is a 4, I just break everything. Because if this is a 4, then this can't be 2, 4. So this has to be 3 something. So this would have to be 3, 1 with a 2, 4, or 3, 5 with a 4, 2. So this can't be 4. It breaks every single possible combination for that. So this is a 1, and that's a 4. And it looks like likewise was all over that. So not a 4 over here. So this is, in fact, this is a 4, 5 pair, looking down here. Now, as noted, the whole premise of that was that all of these had a 4 in them. Wait, yeah, all of these had a 4 in them. So actually, that's the 5 and that's the 4. By the same thing. Why can't row 2, column 4 be 4, 6? Oh, interesting. That is an excellent question that I think I somehow just completely talked myself out of. If this is a 4, 6 and that's a 5. Oh, no, that doesn't work. If this is a 4, 6 and that's a 5, we break this cell. But you're right, I did not explain / think of at all that. But it doesn't work, because it breaks that cell. So we were right for all the wrong reasons, but we were still right. There's a 5 down there already. Let's see. This can't be 1, 2, 3, so it can't be 0. It can't be 4. It can't be 5. Let's see. I'm now looking at... This is either 6, 7, 7, 8, or 8, 9. I think those are the possibilities for this dot. Actually, is 8, 9 possible? Because this couldn't be the 8. That would have to be the 8. Yeah, I guess I could do 8 there, 9 there. And then this could be 6, 7. Never mind. I think that's fine. So now there's also a 4 up here. And so we only need one more digit to finish our triple in box 1. So yeah, so this could be 2, 4, and then 3, 6. Oh, this can't be 3, 1, or the 3 just can't go here anymore, because this would have to be 3, 1 or 3, 5, and 1 and 5 are gone from the row. So this is not a 3. So there is a 3 on the dot, which makes this a 3, 6. Now, this needs to involve a 2 or a 4, neither of which can happen if this is a 6. So this is a 3, that's a 6, and now this has to be a 2, 4, because there's nowhere else for the 2, 4 to go. So no 6 over here. And now 7, 9 only connects to 8, so that is an 8. So now this is very squeezed. Because now this has to be bigger than 4. So it could involve a 5 if it went 5. No, sorry, it can't involve a 5 because there's a 5 there. All the 5s are gone. So it could be a 6, 7. Oh, it can only be a 6, 7, can't it? Because I already can't use 8. Yeah, so this is now forced to be only 6, 7, I believe. What's left in this row? We've used, well, we still need a 0. We haven't put any zeros anywhere. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Okay, so this is a ye old 0, 7, 9 triple, as we are well used to. This is not a 7, because we've got a 7 in this column that we have from who knows what, however long ago. So this is a 0 or a 9. Let's see. Should we look at what this can be? Or is it too soon? Might be too soon. Let's see. Where are 2s in this box? They're up here. Where are 2s? Oh yeah, where's 2 in this box? 2 in this box can only go one of these 2 places. Which is interesting. Yeah, this puzzle is just delightful, which I had every reason to suspect that this puzzle would be delightful, and it is every bit as delightful as I had hoped that it would be. I don't need those anymore. Why can't this be a 2? There's a 2 in column... Ah, there is a 2 in column 9. Thank you. I don't know how I didn't see that. That's a 2. So now, yeah, the 2s now look over. I really don't need my 2s and 4s colored anymore. That's probably why I was confused by scanning. It's because I have random coloring. So the 2s now go over here in one of these 2 cells. Could this be a 2? If this is a 2, this has to be a 1, 3, which it nominally looks like it can be. 2 in this box, yes. Where is 2 in this row? That's a good question. 2 in this row. Oh, yeah, 2 in this row is one of these 2 places. Let's see. 4 in box 7, I hear chat suggesting. Oh, yeah, because there's a 4 in the column already. Of course. 4 here. How is Rocky doing? I saw that later there's a bonus Patreon Rocky for me to watch, but I have not yet gotten to watch the bonus Patreon Rocky. 4 is placed in box 4. Let's see. Yeah, there's a 4 in this row already. There's a 4 in this column already. So yeah, that's a 4. That's beautiful. Okay, great. So that means that these are a 3, 5. And I know the order even. That's a 3, that's a 5. Great. So the 5 in this box now is in this row. Okay, so yeah, so if this is not a 5, this now needs to be at least 6, 7, 8. Which is maybe fine. Let's see, 2 in box 7. 2 in box 7. Because 2 would need to go with a 1, 3, as I clearly stated before and then forgot. So that's a 2. Okay. What things can this digit be? Well, it can never be a 0. It can't be a 1. It can't be a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It can't be a 7. And it can't be a 9. So this can only be 8. With a 7, 9 here. Because 0 and 9 just aren't adjacent to 2 digits, as we all know. And so that has to be the 8. No? Other way around? Oh! Is my answer still right? I want to just double check that again. This can't be 0. Can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Could be 8. Can't be 9. Yeah, okay, it's still right. I just flip-flopped these. So bad news for those of you who had 7, 9 as your bet cell. Just for those of you who are keeping track, just so we know who's still in the running, who had 0, 1, or 6 for the bet cell? I want to try and make it dramatic by doing a countdown as we very slowly do these. Okay, so one of these is a 0, and one of them is what? Oh, let's see. Okay, apple tree is still in it. That's excellent. So let's see. This is 0, 1 is what these are. Oh, and there's already a 1 in the row. So this is a 0. Excellent. And that's a 1. And so that's not a 0, and that's a 0. We've got digits just all over the place. So many digits, we even have some cells with 2 of them. Let's see. I also, at the time I asked, didn't know the rule that that Schrödinger cells had to be on a dot. Yeah, I had my puzzle hunt involves putting, spoiler, some zeros in some cells. But I don't know if anyone's formally streamed my puzzle hunt. Ranks very politely told me I was under no circumstances allowed to submit my puzzle hunt to him for his stream, I recall. Okay, so this is not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 6, 7, or 9. I think those are right. Okay, so we've still got some people who are live for this event. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. I think you can almost certainly be the first person to win a bet by betting 0 in a Sudoku contest. Let's see. So this can be 1, not 2, not 3. Could be 4. No, not 4. Not 5. Not 6, 7. Not 8. And 9. So I think this is just a 1-9 pair, and it's resolved because this 1 sees it. So that's a 9 and that's a 1. Let's see. So now 1 in this box is over down here. See, there is an 8 down here. Okay, so that's big. Okay. So this fake Renban now is interesting. So it could go 8, 7, 6. If there's not an 8 on it, then go 7, 6, 5 doesn't work. And so, yeah, so if this is not an 8, does it ever work? So go 7, 6, 5. Certainly can't go 7, 8, 9. So then this could be a 6, in which case it could go 6, 5, 4. Nope, can't do that because you can't have a 4 on it. So if this is not an 8, it can't ascend. So what about descending? So could I go... So I can't start at 8 or 9, so I'd have to start at 7. 7, 6, 5. 7, 6, 5 looks like it works. So this is always a 5 or an 8, I think, is the moral of the story. And so then if this is a 5, then we go 5, 6, 7. And if this is an 8, then we go 8, 7, 6. And so this is the weirdest 6, 7 pair I've seen in a while. So what are these cells? They're not from 1, 2... Sorry. They could be 0. I need to remember that. They're not from 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be 5, not 6 or 7. And they could be 8. And they could be 9. Okay, but these are not a 5 or an 8. So we've got a 0, 9 pair in the column. So that's not 0 or 9. So this is 5 or 8. Let's see. Typon says row 2, column 4 we can pin down. Okay, so what digits are left? This can't be a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. If this is a 6, then this would be 5, 7. If this was a 7, then that doesn't work. If this is an 8, then this has to be 7, 9. So I think... Oh, darn it, I'm doing it backwards again. Sorry. This is the cell I should be looking at. And then this is the cell that's two things. I don't know how I've somehow, like... I feel like I've done fairly well at keeping my head in this puzzle, but that I have flipped a couple times. Okay. It's not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not 5. It's not 6. If it were 7, this cell would be... this would be 6, 8, which looks okay. If this were 8, this cell would be 7, 9, which looks okay. If this were 9, it can't be 9. I think both of those are okay. See, in box 4, there's a 0, 1 pair. Can't be 8. So that would be 7, 9. Oh, that would give me too many cells. Yeah, that would give me a 0, 7, 9 triple, which is too many digits. Wait, no, is it? Yeah, that's be too many digits. That would be right. That would be a quadruple in... Yeah, this would rob 2 digits out of these, and so that would make both of these 0. That does not work. Okay, I agree. Took me a bit to understand that, but very cool. Let's see, this is a 7, so this is a 6 or 8. That's not a 6. That's a 6 or 8. Sorry, it's a 6 and 8, I should say. 6 and 8. I mean, I guess technically the problem was it was a triple in 3 cells, but the 3 cells needed 4 digits or something. Let's see. So this is just a pair. What's left? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We still need a 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9. Okay, so these are a 5, 9 pair. Somehow I don't think I know anything about that. Let's see, 7 in box 4. Let's see, are we saying that this can only be a 7? See, it can't be a 0. Can't be a 1. Can't be 2, 3, 4. Could it be a 5? No. Could it be a 6? Sorry. Darn it, I'm looking at the wrong place again. Can't be a 0. Can't be a 1. Can't be 2, 3, 4. Can't be 5. Let's see. If this was a 6, then this would be a 5, 7, which looks okay. This can't be a 7. And if this were an 8, this would be a 7, 9, which looks okay. I think this is 6 or 8. And so I think this is 5, 7, 9. So it always involves a 7, I think. Okay. Okay, someone said something in row 7. Oh, 3 in row 7. Where is 3 in row 7? It's not there, so it's in one of these 2 cells, and it's not there. So 3 in row 7 is here. Thank you, Playmaker. Let's see. What's left in this row, by the way? There's not much left. Okay, we still need our 0. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6 and a 7, and we've got an 8 and a 9. Yep, so this is just 0, 6, or 7. And it's not 7, because there's already a 7 in the box. Let's see. I think this can be any of 0, 6, and 7. Still. Oh, we have made a 3, 5, 8 triple in box 8. Ah, yeah, where are 3, 5 in box 8? Perfect. Okay, yeah. The 3, 5 looks over and says, ah, yes, there is a 3, 5 not here, not here. So the 3 and 5 have to go down here, but there's already an 8 down here. So these are from 3, 5, 8. Ah, and this one's not an 8 because there's an 8 in the column. Let's see. Speaking of, there's a 6 in one of these two cells by Sudoku. Do I know which one? I don't think so. Well, Ranks, there's your motivation to make your own Schrödinger cell puzzle. You can make a Schrödinger classic. Let's see. 7 can be removed from row 6, column 7. By the white dot in box 4. Oh, yes, this always involves a 7. It's weird to corner mark a single cell. But by corner marking this single cell, I do indeed know that this is not a 7. And so the 7 in this box is up here for sure. And so the 7 in this box is in one of these two cells. I don't think I know which one yet, though. Yeah, I do like the drawing tool. That was helpful earlier for trying to keep track of what was going on with some of these things. Yeah, there's only 2 places for 7 in this column. Ah, so there's a 7 in one of these two cells, and there's a 7 in one of these two cells. So this can't be a 7. Because then there's not enough 7s. I'm sure that's a fancy technique or something, but just there can only be 2 7s in these boxes, and the 7 in this column is here, and there's a 7 on this Kropke dot. So those are the 2 7s. So this is not a third 7 there. Is that a skyscraper? That seems too simple to be a skyscraper, but in any event, there's a 7 here, there's a 7 here, so there's a 7 down here in one of these two cells. And then those 7s align. Oh, but that just tells us that there's a 7 here, but we already knew there's a 7 here. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I somehow thought that for a skyscraper there needed to be, these two cells needed to be in different boxes. Oh, no, I guess not. No, it makes sense. This cell C is both of those two. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, yeah, it's absolutely a skyscraper. Just squishy. And yeah, usually I think the tips of a skyscraper end up in different boxes, but here it was fine. Let's see, I can find 1 in column 2. Well, it's not in the box with the 1. It's not in the row with the 1, and so it's here. Thank you, Derek. Dictionary. I had to check and see whether it was Derek or Dictionary that said it. So let's see. I do have a 579 triple in this column, so actually these digits are quite restricted. So they could be 0. They're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could be 6. They're not 7. They could be 8. They're not 9. This is not a 0 or a 6, so it just is an 8. So this isn't an 8. So it's a 0 or a 6, and that's a 0 or a 6. 0, 6, 7 triple in the row. Let's see. Now what's left in this box? Oh, it's got to be the other 5, 9. Which is not, I think, very helpful. Box 4 needs an 8 in the third column. And so the question is, can it go on here? If it did, it would have to go with a 9. let's see. So if this was an, let's see, or is the question, is this an 8? Let's see. Oh, I'm hearing there's a hidden 0 somewhere, and I have to find it. There's a hidden 0 in box 4. Ah, yes, there is a hidden 0 in box 4. Perfect. 0 can only possibly go here. So that's a 0. That's a 6. So that's a 7, and that's a 6. So that's a 0. That's a 6. And so now that's a 7 and a 1. So the bet cell was 1. Sorry to those of you who missed it by 1 digit and bet 0. So now we have all but 1 digit in this row. So what is this? Oh, this is a 0 as well, right? Yeah, we have a hidden 0 in row 9. This is a 0. What's this digit? Oh, that's a 1, right? Just to finish the box. Let's see, what do we need to finish this row? We still need a 0 to finish this row. 5, 6, 7, 8. A 0 and a 9. So these are a 0-9 pair in some order, but I don't know what the order is yet. Let's see. So did any of this do any damage that was meaningful to stuff up above? Let's see. Well, let's pencil mark this column. This doesn't have that much. We've already got a 0, 1, 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4, 5. We need a 6, 7. No, we've already got our 8, of course. Calm down. And we need a 9. Okay. So, yeah, so that all looks fine. Sadly. It's the bad kind of fine, not the good kind of fine. 5, 7, 9 triple in 2 cells. Where are the 2 cells that have the 5, 7, 9? Oh, yeah, the 5, 7, 9 triple in this column. Yep, absolutely. Okay, this white dot has to be all but forced, right? It can't involve a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Let's see. Could it be 5, 6? It looks to me like it could be 5, 6 if it went in that order. Can't involve a 7, and could it be 8, 9? It looks to me like it could be 8, 9. Which is... Oh, 7 in this box. Oh, no, sorry. I already knew that. 7 in this box is here. Never mind. Ignore me. Just stating obvious things that we already know that are just how all Sudoku puzzles work. Okay, I feel like if I think about this, I'll know what's going on, but it sort of hurts my head to think about this box for some reason. Okay, if this was an 8, 9, then this would be a 6, 5, 7. If this was a 5, 6... then this would be an 8, 7, 9. Actually, both of those seem to work to my eye. Is this 5, 8 what's destroying us? Let's see. If this is a 5 or an 8... Let's see. If this is an 8, then it forces the 8, 9 up here. If this is a 5, then it forces the 5, 6 up here. No, I think that's fine. There's an 8 in row 5. Okay, that's handy. That's handy. So that's not an 8, so that's not a 9. Oh, do we have all of our Oh, no, we don't quite have all of our Schrödinger cells done. We very nearly have all of our Schrödinger cells done. There's a virtual 5, 8 pair in row 6. Yeah, that's what I was deciding, was that there's always a 5 or an 8 here and a 5 or an 8 here. So what is the candidates for this cell? Could be 0. It's not 1, 2. Could be 3. It's not 4. It's not 5. Could be 6. Could be 7. No, it's not 7. There's a 7 in the row. It's not 8. And it could be 9, I think. That's a humongous mess. Oh, I missed a white dot and Oh! Beautiful. When did that happen? I don't remember this at all. I don't remember filling this in at all. But anyway, that's a 5. So that's a 3. That's an 8. Thank you, Playmaker, for pointing that out. Okay, so this is not a 3 anymore. So that's an 8. Okay, gorgeous. I was still somehow going to try and miss it. Okay, so this is not a 9, and we've discovered its true identity. So that's an 8, and that's a 9. That's a 0. And that's a 9, and that's a 7, and that's a 0, and that's a 5. Let's see. Why can't row 6, column 4 be a 5? Because there's a 5 in the row. Yeah, there was a virtual 5-8 pair. This was a 5 or an 8, but this dot needed a 5-8, so both 5s and 8s were used up at the time. You'd have to rewind a little bit to get back to that point. Okay, so now we've got a 0-9 pair in the row, so this is not a 9 or a 6, so it is a 3. So this is not a 3. Let's see. Okay, so what is left? There's only a naked single left in this box. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's a 7. 6, 7. So that's a 9. That's a 6. This is neither a 6 nor a 7. So it's a 0-9 pair. Oh, but there's a 0 already in row 4. Just normal Sudoku things. 0-9. 0-9. Let's see. So 0. Let's see. We've got a 1, 2. We need a 3 in one of these two cells. It has to go there. 4, and we need a 5 in one of these 1 cells, so it has to go there. Let's see. This column needs a 6, so that's got to be a 7. And then we click check. For some reason, Sven's thing isn't it isn't working. I don't know why. Maybe Sven isn't supporting Schrödinger cells yet. Row 2, column 2. Oh, no, I actually missed something. Sorry, that's why Sven's thing. Sorry, I should not have blamed Sven. Sorry, 9 and 5. So now. Oh, no, it's still not working. Well, I don't know what it's complaining about. I definitely finished the puzzle. But bravo, what a puzzle. That was an exquisite puzzle. What a journey. Yep, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I definitely I want to see more puzzles like this. Well, enjoy watching it from the beginning. I really enjoyed that from start to finish, especially once I read the rules and understood that Schrödinger cells were always adjacent to a dot. But yeah, I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more Schrödinger cells in the future. Maybe Schrödinger cells will be the 159 of 2022. We'll see. One can only hope. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like that's not so much to ask, but yeah, the Schrödinger killer is also in my queue, so I intend to do it eventually. But my queue also has like 50 puzzles in it, so it will take a while to get there. Although I don't strictly do the queue in order, but we'll see. Okay. Next up, we have Threesome by Fuxia. In this puzzle, this is a simple rule set, and I always enjoy Fuxia's puzzles. We have normal Sudoku rules. I don't think there are Schrödinger cells or anything like that in this one. Oh, good night, Apple Tree. Yeah, I don't know. How did this font happen? I don't understand. But, like, I didn't even know you could change the font in one of these things. But apparently you can. But the outside clues just give the cell of the first three cells in that direction. And just by random happenstance, I just happened to notice that these 6 cells sum to 21. And the only way to make 21 and 6 is with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means that these cells are 7, 8, 9. I don't think that's probably the first thing I was supposed to notice, but because I highlighted this in the example, that's what showed up. Okay, so there can't be a 1 involved in these for a multitude of reasons, but pick whichever reason you like. I'll just go with if I put a 1 in here, then 5 plus 6 isn't big enough. Oh, I just somehow, like, loaded it wrong? That sounds typical. Sounds like me. Let's see. Do we have any gigantic sums? No, we've got a 9 plus 4. Oh, let's see. Maybe I should look at the corners. Okay, 8 plus 14 is interesting. Let's see, I'll try refreshing. Ah, yes, there we go. And there's Sven popping up. No, I don't think that's actually interesting. But columns 3 and 6, as pointed out. So 3 has another magic sum of 21. So, and in fact, how did I not immediately go to the 7? I have no idea how I did not immediately go to the 7. Because 7 in 3 is always 1, 2, 4. Good night, Elvira. Thanks for stopping by. So these are 3, 5, 6. And so these are 7, 8, 9 as well. So now this row, people have pointed out, sums to... Yeah, the 7 was definitely supposed to get my attention, but it definitely somehow my brain instead went for, oh, those two things add to 21. These two add to 39, though, which means these sum to 6. So they are 1, 2, 3, which gets us our first digit. I started doing a digit dance for a 5 that wasn't there. So first digit dance. Hey, Panthera, how are you? You missed the previous puzzle where we completely broke Sudoku. It was wonderful. Digit dance, indeed. Here we go. Okay, so now these need to sum to 21, and that's a 4, which means these are an 8 and a 9, which means these are a 5, 6, 7. It's very positive to me that 5, 6, 7 does indeed add to 18. Let's see. Someone says 17 plus 22. Oh, 17 plus 22. That is 39. So that also gives me a 1, 2, 3 here. 2, 3. Thank you, Taipon. Okay, so this is also 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This 1, 2, 3 with a 20 really sneaks out because this 3 needs to be an 8, 9 pair here. So that's not a 3. It's just the only way to get to 20 in this amount of space. So what are these digits? These digits are 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Oh, these I should look at. These digits are... so 9 can only be done in 3 ways. 9 can be done as 2, 3, 4. Well, this isn't that. As 1, 2, 6, this isn't that. This is actually the least seen 9. This is a 1, 3, 5, 9, which you don't see those in the wild very often. So you should really be sure to take your picture and cherish it so you'll have the memories for it. So this is not 1, 3, or 5. Because you just don't often see those. Okay, there's no 6s in an 8 clue. So that's a 5. 5 goes with a 2 and a 1. If you're trying to make a sum of 8 in a realistic fashion. So these aren't 5 or 6. Which seems to mean that this is 4. I will approve of that pun, Sotek, and I've broken the puzzle. How did I break the puzzle? Back up. Okay. I think I believe that 7 is 1, 2, 4. But something went wrong up here. Because I ended up having to make 18 and 2. So let's try this again. So let's remove 1, 3, and 5. Let's remove a 2. There needs to be a 1. It can only go there. 1 and 5 and 6. No, but I can't use a 6, so I have to use a 5, which makes this a 2. Oh, did I just somehow, like, take out digits that I wasn't supposed to? That sounds like me. Okay, this is 3, 4, 6. Okay, this can't be a 4. I don't know how the 6 came out. No idea, but the 6 came out before, which was bad, because this has to be a 6, because if I put a 4 here, I'd need this to be double 9. So that's a 6. And so these two things now need to sum to 16. And the only way to make 16 is a 7 and 9, I believe. So that makes this a 5. So those aren't a 5. I'm sure the answer is user error. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does 4 plus 8 plus 5 equal 17? It does. Let's see. This is just gorgeous. Okay, the 14 cell. Yeah, but every clue in this puzzle is 3 cells long. This isn't an X sums. This is just every clue is the sum of the 3 cells. So, yeah, this 14 clue is 3 cells long. I agree. 3 plus 6 plus 5 is 14. Let's see. Now, if I made this a 9, this 13 clue wouldn't work. Because if I make this a 9, I would need to make these a 1 and a 3, but the box already has a 3, so it's not. So that's a 7 and that's a 9. These two things now need to sum instead to 6 without using a 4 or a 3. So I can't do double 3, and I can't do 2, 4. So I have to do 1, 5. So that's not a 5. Oh, I could have seen that this isn't a 5 also by noticing that far away cell is a 5, so these aren't 5. That's a 6 and that's a 7. No, not that. That's a 7. These are a 2 and an 8. This is just a wonderful puzzle, by the way. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for thinking that a puzzle where I was summing from the outside of the grid in was an X-sums puzzle when it looks suspiciously X-summy, but in this case, it is like, it's a 3 sums puzzle. It's X sums where X is always 3. Okay, I am now suspicious of this 11 clue, because I don't think if I make this an 8, it will ever work. So this is a 2 and an 8. And now when I look at this, now I see, okay, I have to get up to 11. I can only do that with a 4 and a 5. So that's a 1, that's a 3. Let's see. So that all is looking pretty good. Okay. Let's fill in these cells. These cells are 3, 4, 8, 9. Oh, except I've already got a 3 in the row. So now I have a 4, 8, 9 triple. So these aren't 4 or 5. They're a 6, 7 pair because there's also a 5 in the row. So these aren't 6 and 7. Let's see. So these aren't 4 anymore. So now I have a 3, 8, 9 triple in the row. So that makes these two 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I do have mod scrapers in my queue, which is moderately terrifying as puzzles go. Let's see. These need to sum to 19. Is that restricted? I feel like that's got to be restricted, but maybe not. Don't forget the 14 sum. I mean, I haven't forgotten. I just haven't looked at everything yet. I suspect this might be forced, but I'm going to look elsewhere for a moment. This 11 sum, let's see, if that were an 8, this would need to be a 1, 2, which it could be, as far as I can tell. Let's see. Oh, the 14 sum in box 3. Oh, yeah, I definitely had completely lost track of this one, so thank you for pointing that one out, Josh. So these two need to sum to 12, so they can't involve a 9. So the 9 is there, and the 8 is there, and these aren't 8. Oh, and there's a 9 looking up, so that's a 3, and that's a 9. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever done a parody party puzzle. I think I did one parody party puzzle, but I could not even tell you what the rules for a parody party puzzle are anymore. I remember there being like parody party lines in the Playmaker puzzle that I did, but I don't think that was the same, and I also think none of the lines turned out to be parody party lines. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I don't think I can count that experience for those two reasons. These are a 1, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I think Glum Hippo, who's here, is the one who named it Parody Party, but I could be wrong. Let's see, the 11 in box 7. Let's see, so if this were a 1, I would need these to be 4, 6. If this were a 2, I would need these to add to 9 without being 1, 8, 2, 7, or 3, 6, or 4, 5. Oh, wow, that is an excellent and very difficult spot. So this 11 clue actually only has one possible option. And so you have to think through, okay, if this is a 2, these two need to be 2 digits that sum to 9. None of the ways of doing that work. If this is a 2, I obviously can't use 2, 7. I can't use 1, 8. I can't use 3, 6. And so the other way is 4, 5, but actually this 4, 5 cuts off my ability to do that. So this is not a 2, it's a 1. Now, once you know that this is a 1, now these two digits have to sum to 10 without being 1, 9, 2, 8, or 3, 7. So they're 4, 6, but there's a 4 here. So that's a 4, that's a 6, that's a 3, that's a 6. Let's see. And so what are these digits? These digits are a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this could be an 8 with a 1, 2. Let's see. If this is a 4, I'd need these to add to 7, and that's not possible. Okay, great. If this is a 4, I need these two things to add to 7, and I can't make these two things add to 7. So this is an 8. This is a 4. That 8 looks up. That's a 9. That's an 8. Let's see. That 9 looks down and says there's not a 9 here. In fact, actually, once this is an 8, this is a 1, 2 pair. So these aren't 1 or 2. I don't know what I did there. They're not 1 or 2. So that's cool. Let's see. Okay, so this 19 clue now has a 9 in it. So I need these two to add to 10. This can't be a 5, so I can't make it 5 and 5. So it's got to be 3 and 7 and 6 and 5. Let's see. So the 19 clue in box 6 is forced. But that looks complicated. Can't I do it without thinking? Let's see. So if this is a 7... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to, am I? Because this 7... is tricky. Oh, let's see. So someone is saying max. So if I make this 9 plus 6 plus 4. Oh, okay, beautiful. Okay. So it's not a complicated thing to check that this 19 one was. Yeah, so the absolute maximum these three digits can add up to is 9 plus 6 plus 4, which is 19. Okay, so this is not as complicated as this deduction was. So 9, 6, 4 go in. Beautiful. So these are not 4, and these are not 6, these are not 9. So that's not a 9. Okay, what are these three digits? These three digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, I can resolve the row 8, 9, column 1 pair. I sure can, thank you, by that magical medium of Sudoku. Let's see, I can write in these digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are 7, 8, 9. Gorgeous. Okay. This 12 is awfully restricted because of the fact that this digit is huge. Oh, this digit can't be a 9, so that's good. So this can't be a 9, because if it was a 9, this would need to be a 1, 2, and there's a 1, 2 here. So that is the 9. So hopefully that will pay me some dividends. Oh, it can't be an 8 either, because if this is an 8, this would have to be a 1, 3, and that is also gone. So beautiful. Because of the fact that 1, 2, and 3 are gone in this column, I could have seen that if I'd taken the time to fill this in. Not bad. If I'd taken the time to fill these digits in, not fill them all in with 9s, of course, then I could go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. But anyway, this is a 4, this is a 1, this is a 7, is the upshot of all of that. This isn't a 4 or a 6. So that's a 5, that's a 6, that's an 8. Okay, this 1 says that's a 5 and that's a 1. This 5 and 7 says that's a 2, that's a 3, that's an 8, that's a 7, that's a 2. That's a 5, that's a 7. This is just a beautiful puzzle. This is very snappy and nice. I'd say slightly north of gas level probably, but not much. It's in that very pleasant, just... You get a lot of flow, and once you start doing things, you don't really stop doing things. And people, by and large, like doing things in puzzles. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. These are... Let's see. I need a 2. It has to go here. And then I probably know what this digit is. Oh, it's a 3. That's nice. These two digits are... Let's see, I need a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A 4 and an 8. These two digits are a 1 and a 3. Okay, and so the answer is there's a clue I haven't looked at, which has to be this clue because, well, there aren't any other clues that aren't filled in. So I apparently have not looked at this clue. So let's see. Could this be a 9? If this was a 9... I would need these to add to 5. Well, that's not going to work. In fact, neither of these could be a 9 at all, possibly. In fact, the only way this works is if I just completely minimize it as 7, 5, 2. That's the only way it works. 5, 2, 3. This 7 looks over and gives me a 9 and a 7. That 5 and 7 give me a 9, which gives me an 8 and a 4 and an 8. That 3 looks up and gives me a 1 and a 3. That 1 looks up and gives me a 2 and a 1. That 9 looks up and gives me a 6 and a 9. Thank you, worm. That 4 looks up and gives me a 5 and a 4. And that 7 looks up and gives me a 6 and a 7. Yeah, that was just brilliant. I really like that one. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to do one more puzzle and then eat pizza. And so I think we're going to do that Renban clover puzzle that I showed earlier. And we'll start it, and then we'll see at what point we decide it's appropriate to stop and drive chat crazy. But let's do this one and then pizza, because pizza is good. Okay, so I'm immediately suspicious of these giant, long, I was going to say thermos for some reason. I think I was going to say thermos because they're gray and not purple. These have to have 5s on them. You can see how much I've learned my lesson from earlier about pencil marking across boxes. I'm immediately looking at the fact that this one has to go over here somewhere, but I don't immediately see how that's useful. I think I was warned by Clover that there may be some nuance in this puzzle. Okay, so 9 in this box goes on one of these Renbans. So one of these is a 9, 8, 7. So these are from always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they cannot be too big. Oh, and they're not 4 either. So that's interesting, because there's also a 4 on one of these Renban. And so that Renban must be a 4, 5, 6 Renban. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these are a 7, 8, 9 Renban and a 4, 5, 6 Renban. But I don't know which order. But in some order, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So great. So these are from 1, 2, 3. So this is also from 1, 2, 3, because it can't get through 4. Do you want me to go over that again? Did I screw up? Okay, so here's what I said. So let me see if I can convince you, or if I'm wrong. Oh, I'm totally wrong. I'm wrong. Darn it. There really is a 7, 8, 9, but it's not true that 4 has to go there. Bye, Taipon. Thanks for stopping by. Yep. I screwed that up. Okay. Sad. Yes. Somehow in my mind, 4 was the next number after 7, which did not work well. Okay, well, there is a 4 up here, but that on one of these Renban lines, but it's not nearly as exciting as it was in my mind. There is still a 7, 8, 9. It is still true that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But sadly, yes, 4 for very large values of 4. That is an excellent way of framing it. Okay. So could there be a 9 on one of these? Is there some reason why not? I have to put 9 in box 8. Oh, I do have to put 9 in box... Ah, yes. Okay, so I was trying to make that argument over here, which was not going to work. But the argument is I have to put 9 in box 8. And I can absolutely not put 9 here. Because if I put 9 on here, this is a 7, 8, 9 that looks at a horizontal 7, 8, 9. And a vertical 7, 8, 9 cannot look at a horizontal 7, 8, 9. It gets embarrassed or something. So the 9 in this box is actually over here. I'll think later about whether the 9 can actually go on this length 5 Renban. But that actually tells me the 9 is not up here. The 9 is actually now in one of these 2 cells. Okay, gorgeous. So that is exactly the kind of thing I was hoping would happen. So now can 9 go here? Yeah, I did hunt down some people who I did not have permission to do puzzles from, whose puzzles I liked, and just begged them to let me do their puzzles. So I get to I get to do puzzles from more people today. Let's see, these are either both less than 4 or both greater than 4, which is interesting. Let's see, if there's a 9 here, then this is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Is that a problem? I don't think so. Okay, so box 4, I should look at the fact that 1 is on one of these Renbans. And so one of these Renbans is a 1, 2, 3, which means none of these Renbans are a 1, 2, 3. So the 1's up here in this box, so these aren't 1's. Is that what chat was saying? Not sure if that's what chat was saying. I didn't quite follow exactly what was going on. So can 9 go on this Renban? That would make this a 987. Is that a problem? Okay, so if this were 987, I don't see why that's a problem. Okay, 9 is always on a 3-cell Renban in box 4. Okay, 9 can't go here. Okay, why can't 9 go in one of these two? That's the question. If 9 goes in one of these two, then these are 987. Yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day, Ranks. I think probably when I picked out this puzzle was like, yeah, even my early Renban puzzles, they're not purple. And in fact, actually, the first German Whispers puzzles I did, they were purple. And I certainly did plenty of Renbans where the Renbans were green. But as soon as you put it in F puzzles as Whispers are green and Renban are purple, it just became the entire universe. And so we quickly learned to make these colors. Because when Ranks put those colors in his server, no one complained about them, and so they just became sacred as those colors, which just goes to remind you just how short the memory and the existence of the puzzle community is. That, like, purple is now just so deeply entrenched as Renban, even though, like, a few months ago, Renban wasn't even a thing until Codec did that beautiful Rain Man dancing puzzle, or whatever exactly it was. And then suddenly they were everywhere. Is it because of the blue writing on top of the purple being problematic, Fuchsia? Like, is it the hue or something? Or is it that mixing purple with other colors is a problem? I will say, I don't think the pencil marks come out super nice on top of the purple. Like, maybe a slightly lighter hued purple for that, or maybe it's something to do with how the pencil marks are done in whatever. Where do you post a meme? I have a Discord, or I have a part of a Discord. The Sudoku Solvers Discord, there is a chat room for zetamath stuff. So I recommend that you go, if you're not on the Sudoku Solvers Discord, I recommend you go to the Sudoku Solvers Discord and then post the meme there. Well, I understand purple becoming blue, but that's not intrinsically a problem if Renban are the only thing that are in a puzzle, right? Yes, link in the description. This is a long digression while people try and explain to me why the 9 has to go over here somewhere. Look where the 4 goes in box 4. Oh, the 4 goes on one. Okay, beautiful. Okay, sorry. I think I misunderstood what I was trying to prove. Yeah. Oh, am I being shown the meme? Yes, that is my usual patois. Let's to go with that. Yes. So the 4 is also on one of these. And so the thing I tried to do up here but was wrong is actually right here. That the 4 now has to go on one of these, but it can't go with the 1. And so this is... So exactly the thing I tried to do that was wrong was right over here. So these are 7, 8, 9. But if you look at the candidates here, this can only be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in fact, this is a 6 and that's a 7. Spoiler, that's not a 9. It's an 8. So that's a 9. And so that's a 7. And I don't remember at all anymore why we were talking about this, but for some reason, we were talking about nines. Oh, let's see. We're talking about nines here. So I think the punchline here is that this cell has to be a 1 or a 9. Because now both 9 and 1 get pushed into this this whole thing. Oh yeah, digit dance. That was the first digit. Sorry, I got so distracted bullshitting that I didn't even pay attention. Excellent. Well, I believe chat can get me through this. Why did I take out 4 again? Oh yeah, I took out 4 because there's a 4 looking at it. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something like that. Oh, well, this is a good time for me to officially say, by the way, I've told plenty of people this, but I've always officially streamed after Rank's stream. But I should mention also that I'm now officially streaming on Wednesdays at noon Central Standard Time from 12 to 8. So if you've seen any of my holiday streams, that time window on Wednesday is my plan to do about 8 hours of that. So take 12 noon Central Standard Time and convert it to your favorite time zone with Google, and you'll get the new time. It should be scheduled soon, but I'm intending to do that once a week and stream for about 8 hours so that I can do a bunch of puzzles, and I like puzzles. So that is basically the moral of the story. Let's see. A digit quake. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Okay, so now the 4 can't go with a 6. So the 4 that's up here has to go with a 3. That's the point. So in this box, there is a Renban with a 4, and that Renban can't have a 6, so it can go at most to 5, and so it has to go down to 3. So there's no 3 down here. So these are either 1, 2 with a 3, or they are... So if one of these is a 5... Oh, they just can't be a 5, because I can't put a 5 with either a 1 or a 2. So 2 is too far away from 5. So this is a 1-2 pair. That is a 3. So now, actually, my claim earlier was wrong. No surprise there about what happens with this whole doohickey up here. The 4 is actually on the line with a 3 and a 5. So these can't be 3s. Let's see. So I know this 9 is over here. I know there's a 1. Good night, SPQ. Thanks for joining us. Always great to have more people around. I was going to ask if this also had to be a 1 or a 9, but it can't be either. Oh, it's this. Does this also have to be a 1 or a 9? I don't see how yet. Well, these aren't 3. I'll go ahead and give you that. I am pro pineapple on pizza. I like pineapple on pizza quite a bit. It's probably probably if I were to pick like an absolute favorite combination, regardless of things like calories, it would probably be pineapple, pepperoni, and jalapeno. That would probably be my default pizza. Although I also really like regular cheese pizza is perfectly high on my list. Okay, what's left in this row? Uh, oh yeah, it is very possible to do pineapple pizza terribly. I actually also like Canadian bacon on pizza, but I'm not that big a fan of the combination, despite that being the sort of standard combination to do for pineapple. I'm just not the biggest fan of that. Let's see. So if this were an 8, it would not work. This cannot be an 8. If this were a 7, this would be a 6, which looks fine. If this were a 5, this would be a 6, which looks fine. If this were a 3, this would be a 2. So I think this is always either 2 or 6, incredibly bizarrely to me. Pineapple and feta sounds like a really good combination. I don't think I've had that combination, but I definitely would. It would be very easy to sell me on that. Someday when we meet up for CTCCon, we can definitely have pineapple and feta cheese pizza together. Unless CTCCon is in England, in which case I probably am not going to trust the England chefs to make pineapple and feta pizza. Weirdly, I think the best pizza that is in our town, there are plenty of good plenty of good pizza places, but the gas station by our house has amazing pizza, which is just incredibly bizarre and incredibly Midwesty. I think I've only had rabbit once, and it was at an Italian restaurant, so that checks out. Deep dish, thin crust, regular crust, they're all delicious in their own way. They're all children deserving of love and digestion. That is my take on that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Oh, but not 4. Oh, but I didn't put 4. Excellent. Yeah, I'm happy with Chicago style and New York style and all of those sorts of things. That's all good to me. Let's see. Yeah, I have to actually publish Antimatter at some point now that now that Ranks has gotten to debut it and everything. But yeah, the spreadsheet of all of these things is going to be very cool. Where is the 8 in box 6? That is an excellent question. So the 8 in box 6. The 8 in box 6 is not down here. Which means the 8 is up here in one of these two cells, which means that's the 1. And this is an 8-9 pair that goes like... Take 2. Which means that this is an 8-9 pair, which goes with that. Also, these are not 1. They weren't 1 for a long time before, but I didn't note it until now. But now it has officially been noted. And so, as it is written, so shall it be done, or something. Okay, so this is not an 8, and it's not a 3, because 9 can't get to 3. So this is 5, 6, 7. One of them's definitely a 6. One of them's definitely a 6. That's great. Because there's a 6 up here, this is a 2. And because this is a 2, this is a 3. Glorious. Okay, this is also not a 7 because there's a 5, 6, 7 triple. It's also not a 5 because there's a 5, 6, 7 triple. This is not a 3 because there's a 3 in the box. This is not a 3 because there's a 3 in the box. This is not a 2 because there's a 2 in the box. I may be in a slightly wacky mood today. We'll have to judge later. Oh, this 3 is looking at that. Does that mean this just is an 8? Maybe. Could be. Who knows? Okay, that's not an 8. Oh, I just messed up some pencil marks? No! How far back do I have to go? I hope to think I'm good to go here. Let's see. That's not a 7. Because there's a 5, 6, 7 triple. Okay. Oh, did I, like, remove... Okay, it's not a 5 because it's a 5, 6, 7 triple. There is a 6 up here. That 6 looks over here and says that that's a 2. That 2 says that that's a 3. That 3 says that that's an 8. That 8 says that this is a 5 or a 7. This 2 and this 3 say that this is not a 2 or a 3. Are we good with everything I've said so far? Is this all... Because this all feels familiar, but something went wrong. I'm good so far. Okay, excellent. Let's see. There's a 9 down here. A zeta misclick. That basically never happens. Except for the all the time. See, these aren't 2 anymore. Oh, hey, 2 to 10th. Congratulations on your feature today. It was an awesome puzzle that I was happy to have done on my stream before Simon got to it. Oh, hey, Tall Cat. Yes, you have arrived after the pizza has been ordered. Oh, okay. So this 3 is looking down here and saying that there's definitely not a 1 or a 2 on this Renban. So this is a 4, 5, 6 Renban. Which means that this is the 1, 2, 3 Renban. I think that's what Eric is saying. Well, we have ordered the pizza, so we're practically eating it right now, except for the eating the pizza part. But other than that, okay, let's see. Oh, this being a 4, 5, 6 says none of these are 5 by that fancy medium of Sudoku. Ooh, baked ziti sounds like a good combination for dinner. Let's see. Okay, so I know lots of digits that have to be here. Because 7... Oh, in fact, actually, this is forced. Because 7 can't go up to 8 or 9. So this 7 goes down. It goes 7, 6, 5. And so these are 2, 3, 4. And that's going to do lots of work. This 5, 6, 7 is going to come over and give us a 4 there and a 5 there. This 2, 3, 4 is going to give us a 1 there and a 3 there. And this 4 is going to give me a 6 there, together with the 5 and that and whatever else you want to give it credit for. Why can't row 4, column 2 be a 6? Let's see. Okay, I don't know. We're just going to go ahead and throw a 6 there, just because we can. I don't think that's going to change anything drastically, but I don't think it was real. Oops, not 7, 8, 9. 7, 6, 5, 2, 3, 4. Admittedly, I just rewound because this was so much fun to rewind or to unwind that I wanted to do it again. So this is a 2 or a 4. This is not a 2, 3, 4. These don't have 2s on them because of the 3 up there. So these don't have 5s or 6s, or 4s or 5s or 6s, or 4s or 5s, or 6s, or 4s or 5s. There we go. So that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 3. Let's see. This 5, 6 looks at that and says that's a 4. So this isn't a 4. These aren't 5. I removed it by mistake ages ago. Wonderful. Let's see. So, 8, 7, 4, 5, 3. Yeah, I don't think I quite know exactly what's going on over here yet, but this all seems positive. That's not a 7. I can tell you that much. I have a 5, 6, 7 triple now in this column, out of nowhere. So does that mean I should fill in the rest of the column? Oh yeah, by the way, I should advertise that. I did not even think about it. Tristan and I posted a joint solve of Tallcat's excellent Four Corners Infinity puzzle, which is not what it's called. Four Corners Final Shot or something. It was a very fun puzzle, and we posted a not particularly impressive but fun to watch solve of it. So I recommend you go check that out if you have not seen that we posted that. And we have another coming very shortly of and we have another coming very shortly of a puzzle by Scott Strossal, so you can look forward to that. I was very mean to make my husband do Sudoku. I mean, technically, in some sense, I think I was the one who got bitten by the Sudoku thing first. But then I just was like, hey, do you want to watch this guy do some Sudoku puzzles? And he begrudgingly accepted it, and then it was all over. Well, clearly, your recommendation list is suggesting that you watch it again. Let's see. 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's not the 6. Let's see. Okay, is it the case that there's some digit I can't put on this? There's like just barely. I could put a 6 if I put it here. But I have to put the 5 over here, but I could. This whole this whole thing is very suspicious to me. You could do the like Among Us emoji or whatever. But I feel like I should know what this is. But I also feel like I don't know what it is. See, if it wanted to have a 4 on it, the 4 would have to go over here, but that's not huge. Could this possibly have a 9 on it? It would have to be 9 would have to go here. Well, sorry. Can there be a 9 here? In which case I'd have to put a 7 on it over here. I'd have to put an 8 on it. It looks plausible. Not great, but looks plausible. Could row 8, column 3 be a 3? Let's see. If this was a 3, I would need a 4 and a 5. So this would become a 4-5 pair. And so if this is a 4-5 pair, what's going over here? So we've got 3, 4, 5. And so we couldn't have a 6, so we'd have to go down. That is a very tall cat deduction. If this is a 3, these are 4, 5, and these are 1, 2 when we break because of the 1 in the box. That is the tall cattiest tall cat of ways of things to do things. So this is not a 3, which gets us a digit. A tall cat digit. Trademark pending. So that's a 3. Let's see. Look at row 4, column 4 in context of that 4-5 pair. Let's see. So where is 1 in box 8? Let's see. Is 1 on box 8 on one of these? So let's see. 1 is not here. 1 is not here. Let's see. Do I break something? Oh, yeah, 1's not here because there's a 1, 2 there. Okay, so 1 is in one of these two cells. Oh, so this is a 1, 5, 9 triple. That is an excellent point, especially for a hippo. Let's see. So, this can't have a 1 on it, because if there was a 1 here, I would now need to fit a 3 on it somewhere, and I can't. I don't even know how I know this isn't 3. I don't really want to ask. Yeah, so I don't think this can be 3. No one yelled at me when I said it couldn't be 3, so I'm guessing it can't be 3. So anyway, this can't be 1 now because of that. So this is a 5-9 pair. So this is 1. And this being a 5-9 pair is great because it gives us a 6 here and a 7-8 here. Oh, which is resolved by the given 7. We are seeing given digits with some accuracy today. So there's a 5-9 there, so that's a 4. So these aren't 4. Let's see. So these aren't. Okay, let's just write these in because I think we're probably going to figure out what this is. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's the 2. I'll just go ahead and fill in now. Also, there's already a 3 in the box. But other than that, we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are not 9. That is 9. That's 5. That's 9. So that's a 9. That's not a 9. That 4, 5 looks up and says that's a 7. So that's a 5. So these are a 6-7 pair. Okay, so that being a 6-7 pair is going to let us place the 9 because the 9 needs an 8 and a 7. So the 9 now has to go here. I got there eventually. Hey, Friar! So the 9 eventually makes its way up here. So that's the 8. That's the 7. And now there is a deal where we've got a 4, 5, 6. No, a 3, 4, 5 to deal with. That's not a 3. That's not a 4 or a 5, so that is a 3. So that's not a 3. That looks to be a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1. Invisible given in column 7. Oh, there is an invisible given in column 7. That only happened because I had to say I was actually seeing given digits today. We were... but I wasn't seeing all of them. I think maybe there were so many givens in this puzzle that I saw some of them, and then that lulled me into a false sense of security. Let's see. Okay, this 6 looks up here and sees that that's a 5. Let's see here. What are these digits? I probably can do some Sudoku with them. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, these aren't 8 and 9, so these aren't 1 and 6. So that's an 8. That's a 9. That's a 6. That's a 1. I was right about being able to do some Sudoku with them. Okay, so these digits now, that's the 1 just by Sudoku. And then these digits are 2, 3, 4. Well, that sucks. Well, that's not a 3. I can at least tell you that. Let's see. Okay, so Renban's in box 8 now. Okay, so what's going on with these? So we've got to fit in a 2, 3, 4 Renban, which has to go here. And a 5, 6, 7 Renban, which has to go here. I didn't do that right. By 5, 6, 7, I meant 6, 7, 8. Very close numbers. Okay, so that's a 5, that's a 4. Was your no about the fact that I typed the wrong digit? I'm going to hope so. Yes, I caught that somehow. 5 and 8 are very suspiciously similar. So let's see. This is a 4, 5, so that's a 6, and that's an 8. Okay. Yeah, Schrödinger Renban. That's got to be coming soon, right? It's only a matter of time until the Schrödinger Renban comes out. And plus, the Schrödinger cells are purple, Renban are purple. It all makes sense. It's basically begging to be made. Look forward to the next submission to your stream. Let's see. Okay, what is left in... Yeah, let's say this row. Okay, well, that's not a 6. I can say that much. 1, 2. Oh, that's not a 2. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not 6. I already have a 6. There's a 7 there, which means that that's a 7 for the row. Let's see, and I still need an 8. And the 8 is here. Thank you, honey. I love you. Let's see. This is not an 8. Okay, so what are these digits? These digits are a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So these aren't 5. That's not a 1. Oh, it is the only place for a 5 in the column, so it is a 5. So these aren't 5. Let's see. So that's a 4. Okay, so that's a 4. That's a 5. That 4, I think, is going to do a lot of work, because now this isn't a 4. And these aren't 4. So, no? Uh-oh, what did I do? Did I mispencil mark this box? I do think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do think that's the only place a 5 can go in this column. Oh, the no was about the horrible Schrödinger puzzle, the Schrödinger Renban puzzle that either I'm going to convince Starwarigami to make, or that I'm going to make. Let's see. So these aren't 4. That's not 4. Let's see. 7 is gone from this row. Oh, 7 is gone from the box too, apparently. Who knew? 6, 8. Okay, well, that's not a 1 or a 3. Okay, so this is a 2 or a 4. So this is an odd digit. It's a 1 or a 3. So now 1 in this column weirdly somehow got placed here. I don't know why, but somehow it did. So that's a 3. So that's a 2. That's a 4. Take 2. That's a 4. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 6. That's an 8. Are we not resolving the box 4 because of innovation? I don't think I was deliberately trying to not resolve box 4. But I do think it's a good point that this is probably a good place to leave the puzzle and call this good, per the suggestion that we should try that we should try and do something different, and that all the other Sudoku streamers finish puzzles they do, and we should probably try and innovate. Yeah, good enough. It's basically Sudoku now. So that's all for this stream. I'm going to go eat pizza and drink grape crystal light. It's been a pleasure for everyone. Yes, this puzzle was great. I really enjoyed this puzzle. I mean, it was a clover puzzle, so I knew it was going to be great. But I really enjoyed this, and as I always say, Renban is just one of my favorite puzzle styles. I don't know why. Something about it just speaks to me. But we'll be back on Wednesday with a longer stream. Before then, you can look forward to a video of Tristan and I solving a Scott-Strassal puzzle. Oh, you can say I finished this. It's fine. Or I can finish it at the beginning of the next stream if we get some new subscribers. And then we can say that it took me like 4 days. I think those are the options. But you can look forward to, there'll be a solve by Tristan and I of a Scott-Strassal puzzle. And there will also be, I recorded my list of my 12 Sudokus I loved this year video from last year. So my slightly outdated New Year's end of the year content or whatever. So you can look forward to that with a list and links to lots of puzzles that if you have not done, you should absolutely do. But ta-ta for now. I'll see you next time.